Good morning. Good morning to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners and to the citizens of Douglas County. Today is Tuesday, November 29th, and it's 2022. And welcome to our 10 a.m. Board of Commissioners Legislative Voting Meeting today in Citizen Hall. Certainly, I'll start with roll call, Board of Commissioners. I'll start with you, District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III. It's my understanding he's not going to be here today. District 2 and Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson.
Present, Madam Chair.
All right. District 3 Commissioner Tarenia Carthen.
Present.
District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones-Guyder.
Present.
And Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones, Chairwoman, present. Board of Commissioners, we do have an established quorum today. Certainly, Board of Commissioners, this morning we have with us our Planning and Zoning Board member, and we appreciate him, and also he's a pastor. Mr. Brandon Penniman will be rendering invocation for us today, and also once the invocation is completed, Board of Commissioners, I ask, and also the citizens of this county and our audience to please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Please stand, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. To the board, thank you guys for all that you do for our community. As I open with prayer, I always like to start with the scripture. Coming from Philippians chapter 2, verse 3, it says, "Don't be selfish. Don't try to impress others. Instead, be humble, thinking of others as better than yourselves. Don't look out only for your own interests, but take an interest in others too. You must have the same attitude as Christ Jesus had." And 1 John 3:18 says, "Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other, but let us show it, the truth, by our actions." And I pray that that will be the heart of our board, that we will show it through our actions, not just words. Let us pray. Father God, thank you so much for today. God, I pray that as you have chosen these leaders to lead our community, that today you would give them a humble heart, not wanting to impress others, but thinking of others as better than themselves, thinking of our community and those whom they lead, the constituents who they are responsible for, as their responsibility. God, I pray today that you would give them the power of your Holy Spirit to lead properly, to lead well. God, I speak blessings and prosperity over our entire community. I pray that you would keep us all safe, that you would lead and guide all of our choices and decisions. And God, we thank you so much for your grace and your mercy that keeps us when we can't keep ourselves. God, I pray today that you would just continue to allow your hand of blessing to be over this board, to be over every staff and faculty member here in the courthouse. God, and that you would keep us in the way that only you can. In the mighty name of the Most High God, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
This time, if you turn your attention to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Penniman. Appreciate you rendering prayer all over our county, and appreciate what you do here in the community as well. This is certainly the day that the Lord has made, and we will start with a public comment. And clerk, it's my understanding you said we have no one sign up today for public comment. Okay, so that leads us right into our presentations. This morning we have our 2021 annual financial audit report, and we have with our certainly I'll request our CFO to come forth and just introduce Meredith Lipson, and who works for Malden and Jenkins, and just paraphrase what is being presented to the Board of Commissioners and to the citizens of Douglas County. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. This morning, Meredith Lipson with Malden and Jenkins, our external auditor, is going to present the audit results from our 2021 annual audit.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lipson.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all so much for having me. Again, my name is Meredith Lipson. I'm the partner in charge of the annual audit for the county. This is my first year presenting before you all. Prior to this year, you all have worked with James Bentz, a different partner, and he has transferred to our Chattanooga office. But since early 2020, he and I have worked together to transition your audit, and so just want to make sure you realize you're still in good hands. I've been working with Malden and Jenkins for 31 years, doing nothing but governmental auditing. So, so hopefully, you all, if you have any questions or concerns, you'll feel free to reach out to me. Any questions regarding the presentation, I'm always available. Again, this is the results of the December 31st, 2021 audit. Just a few items we'll talk about here, the engagement team, an overview of the audit itself, some of the items we're required to communicate to you all under the standards that guide us, some financial trends, and then accounting recommendations and related matters. This is just a kind of a snapshot of our firm. Again, we do an enormous amount of governmental auditing all over the Southeast. I acted as the engagement partner. James Bentz, who you all are familiar with, served as the quality review partner, and Holly Dugas was the engagement manager. Our audit opinion, we considered the internal control structure for the purpose of expressing our opinion on the county's financial statements. Our audit was performed in accordance with government auditing standards and generally accepted auditing standards. The objective was to provide reasonable but not absolute assurance that the financial statements were free of material misstatement. And the financial statements, as always, are the responsibility of the county's management. We did issue an unmodified opinion on the basic financial statements. That's the clean opinion, the one that you want to get. The financial statements were presented fairly in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America, and our responsibility does not extend beyond the financial information that's contained in our report. The compliance section of the audit report contains a report on our tests of the county's internal controls and compliance with laws and regulations. The report is not intended to provide an opinion on internal controls and compliance, but we do take a look at controls and compliances, and if we note any issues, those are brought up in that report. As far as our audit scopes and procedures, we confirmed cash, debt, and other elements of the financial statements balance sheet. We vouched substantiated additions of capital assets, construction in progress, and we performed a search for unrecorded liabilities. Those are some of just the typical procedures that are performed as part of an audit. There are, as I mentioned, some items that we are required to communicate to you all under the standards that guide us, and I'll go through these briefly. Significant accounting policies, of course, management is responsible for the accounting policies that are used as part of your everyday accounting processes and procedures. All of these accounting policies and procedures are described in the very first footnote of the financial report. There were no new governmental Accounting Standards Board statements that were implemented in 2021. However, there is one significant one that will need to be implemented in 2022, and I'll briefly touch on that. We did use, as part of the audit process, certain accounting estimates that are integral to financial statements. Those include things such as allowances for uncollectible accounts and any of the actuarial assumptions used in the net pension liability calculations. We received full cooperation from county management. We did request at the end of the audit a written management representation letter to confirm the accuracy of the information that was provided to us. We know of no other consultation with other accountants, and we had no significant issues that we discussed with management related to any business conditions or plans or strategies of the county that would affect the financial statements. We had no unrecorded audit adjustments, no past audit adjustments, meaning anything that we came up with and proposed was posted to the financial system of the county as well. Financial statement footnote disclosures are, of course, included within the county's financial statements, and they are an integral part of the statements themselves. Our responsibility for other information and documents that may also include the county's financial statements, our responsibility does not extend beyond the financial statements themselves. And Malden and Jenkins is independent with regard to the county and its component units. A little bit of financial, trend analysis, as you can see here, of your revenues. These are your major tax revenues, and as you can see, you all have had a significant increase over the past couple of years in your property taxes, and also an increase in your local option sales tax. With your property taxes, that was, at least from 2020 to 2021, that was strictly really an increase in your the assessed value. Your millage rate had stayed the same. And local option sales tax, you all experienced, just as all of the other governments within the state, a pretty good bump in your local option sales tax as well, just because of the economy in 2021, was on the upswing. Here's a look at your property taxes as far as the assessed value. As you can see, increased. Your millage rate, the 12.563, remained the same from 20 to 21. But just a little bit of a history there for you to look at. This chart just gives you kind of an overview of the expenditures of your general fund and where most of the funding is going to. As with all governments, the majority of your funding is with public safety, followed by general government and judicial. It's pretty typical of what we see with other county governments as far as the expenditures go. Another analysis here of your fund balance compared to your expenditures. Your fund balance in 2021 your expenditures in 2021 were $99.1 million. Fund balance was $41.6 million. And as you can see, the wider the gap, the more the county has, I guess you could say, to work with. You always want to, make sure that your fund balance is more than sufficient to cover at least, the expenditures for the upcoming few months after the end of the fiscal year. Net change in fund balance. As you can see, over the past 2 years, the county has significantly increased their fund balance. In 2020, the change in your fund balance was approximately $14.5 million. That was an unusual year. Of course, you all received some significant funding from the CARES Act. And then in 2021, you had an increase in fund balance of $5.1 million. And again, you had some significant intergovernmental revenues, not quite as much as in 2020, but you also had your increase in your property taxes and some of your other taxes as well. So you have had 2 really strong years for your general fund. The next few slides are our audit findings and recommendations from the 2021 audit. Just briefly, the first one, decentralized accounting and financial reporting. In our 2020 audit, we had had the similar comment in that, especially with the new accounting standard that came out 2 years ago, the offices of the elected officials really need to have a better financial accounting system. They're not using a general ledger. They're just using checkbooks and receipt reports. And we had brought this to their attention in 2020, that in order for us to audit the information, we've got to have something to audit besides a checkbook and some receipt registers. And so again, we're recommending that that management work with these elected officials to make sure that they're using a general ledger accounting system, even if it's not within the systems that they currently use. QuickBooks is pretty simple to use. We're not partial to any, if you want to put it in an Excel spreadsheet, we're okay with that. We just need something to better audit than to trying to piece together different items from these offices.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The second finding related to the year-end financial close and reporting controls. In you know, you guys have been without a full-time on-site finance director for, I guess, since 2020 into 2019. And so that makes it real difficult sometimes for all adjustments and closeouts to be done timely and properly. And we did have quite a few audit adjustments that added up to quite a large dollar amount to be made during the audit process. And we're just recommending here that that the county, you know, carefully review that year-end process, closeout process, and make sure that the accounts are adjusted prior to the audit. That just, unfortunately, that just creates a lot of additional time involved in the audit to try to determine why balances aren't as our audit thinks they should be. The rest of the items that we've mentioned here are accounting recommendations. They are just that, they're recommendations. There's not something we're mandating that you have to do, but we do think that some of these other recommendations will kind of add some efficiency to the audit process and to your everyday, you know, accounting processes. Capital assets and construction in progress. The county currently doesn't have really a central system of tracking all of the county's construction in progress. And as you all enter into agreements to construct various, you know, whether it's buildings or improvements or what have you, it's really important that there be one central location to track all of those expenditures and make sure that they're being recorded accurately, that any retainage is being properly handled, and that once those assets are completed, that they are moved into a depreciable status. The ARPA fund, expenditures exceeded budget by $2.6 million, mainly because the county had not budgeted that there be any expenditures for that fund. And it may be that that was as designed, but when expenditures were incurred, we recommend in situations like this that a budget amendment be made during the year because these things show up in the financial report itself that the state reviews, and they are pretty particular about budget, looking about over expenditures compared to your budget. We also noticed some outstanding checks in a couple of the court offices that have been outstanding in excess of 5 years. Under the state of Georgia's STEET laws, those are to be turned over after 5 years. And at that point, the county is really out of the county's hands. You're not having to track those and continuing to carry those forward on bank reconciliation, so it's really a win-win. But we do recommend that after 5 years, that in any office, that those checks be remitted to the state. And there's a process for that. It's online to take care of. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, there is a new standard that's pretty significant, or can be pretty significant, that will need to be adopted in the county's 2022 year. GASB 87 related to leases. In the past, a lease was either a capital lease, so it was an asset on your books and a liability, or it was an operating lease, where you just disclose that we pay X amount every month for however long. That's no longer. Now a lease is just a lease, and they have to be evaluated. Anything that you all may have for which you're currently making regular payments on has to be evaluated. And so we just recommend that the county get a jump on that and start taking a look at any of the agreements that they have, whether it be as leasee or leaseor, where you're making your regular payments for a particular use of an asset or for an asset itself. Grants accounting, we do recommend that, and we have this recommendation in most all of our governments, that a centralized process be put in place as far as tracking grants and ensuring proper accounting. So many of the grants, while you may get them through the state, they're originating from federal agencies, and every year we're seeing more and more oversight from those federal agencies, where they're coming in and not only reviewing our audit work, but they're wanting to see your records. And we just find that it's much more efficient and effective and accurate you've got a centralized process instead of every department applying for their own grants and maintaining that information, in different pieces. Again, believe me, it's no fun to have to work with some of those federal agencies when there's questions. And finally, the audit process. I know you're wondering, why is she here at the end of November of 2022 to talk about 2021? It's really important for the financial statements to be useful, to get those receive them in a timely manner. And we recognize that. I mean, we did schedule our audit process to begin in I think it was in March. But as I mentioned before, we know that you all have been somewhat shorthanded in that finance area, and a lot of back and forth even after we were out of the field to make sure that we had everything that we needed and our questions addressed. And the process did drag out. So we're just recommending that maybe starting a little earlier to get the closeouts done. And I know you've got, a full-time in-house finance director now, and Rosalind did a great job, as best she could, of course, not being here on a permanent full-time basis. And so I anticipate that going forward, that the audit will be completed in a much timelier fashion. The last few slides are just some information about some of the other services that we offer to our governments from our advisory services. I mean, I think you all have taken advantage of some of the other things that we have had to offer. Then the last few slides are just some of the other accounting pronouncements that are out there in future years. Most of them are not going to affect the county significantly, with the exception of the one that's effective for 2023 on leases. But I did want you all to have a look at those. There's leases. There's one on conduit debt. There's one related to removal of LIBOR, which I do not believe affects you all. There's a standard on public-private and public-public partnerships and different payment arrangements, subscription-based information technology arrangements, and then finally one on certain component unit criteria. Again, I think leases is the one that's going to be the most affected, you all be the most affected by. Of course, GASB is always up to something. They're always working to make a change. So as you can see, they've got 4 or 5 different things in the pipeline there. We do offer free quarterly continuing education. I know your staff, I know Ramona's familiar with that. It's free to all of our clients. We certainly, if you all are ever interested, please let us know. We can put you all on the emails. Most of them are being done remotely now, which I think is best for, I think, most all of our clients, in that they're not having to travel either to Macon or Atlanta or North Georgia to attend these. And that's pretty much the presentation. I'll be glad to dive into anything deeper if you'd like, or address any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you so much, Meredith, for providing that thorough and detailed information to the Board of Commissioners regarding the 2021 annual financial report. Certainly in my conversations with you, I just want to say they were very delightful in speaking with you, as we were going through the process. And you made it very clear to me that Douglas County was among other counties that were a little late because of the pandemic and things that happened. So certainly we don't want to dismiss that, because as we have listening ears from our citizens, I want to make sure they understand that we had the pandemic, that was a problem for you, and you said Douglas County was not the only one that was a little behind on submitting their detailed information. So if I could just, that helps to give the board some comfort here. Certainly, Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions for Meredith? Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, jump on into this. Appreciate it. You 31 years came through. I heard you. You're solid. Thank you, Meredith. So this will be easy. Real quickly, in Douglas County, again, we have a lot of people who are participating for the first time and looking online and learning about, why do you present to the Board of Commissioners as an audit and not to other elected officials? Explain your role in context that, please.
You mean, why do we present to you all
Yeah,
as
the Board of
opposed
Commissioners.
to?
Right. This book that you gave us, that I think the annual financial report.
Yes,
And we get this every year. I've been getting it for 14 straight years.
correct.
But why do you give it to just us and not the other elected officials? It's more of an educational PSA for you real quick.
Okay. Are you speaking to, say, the courts? or the
Yep,
ta-
everybody, yes.
Okay.
All elected, yes.
Well, primarily because the other elected officials actually, while I know that they are elected officials, they do fall under the scope of Douglas County Board of Commissioners and their audit. We were engaged by the county commission, and so that's who we present our audit to. They're certainly free to be here as part of the presentation. And certainly, we try very hard to relay any concerns or questions that we might have during the audit process to them. But our requirements under the standards that guide us are that we present or at least communicate in writing the results of our audit to the governing body, which is the county commission.
I understand, that was easy. I understand, yes, the Board of Commissioners is the highest governing authority at the local level.
Correct.
Right. So we're normally, our picture's on the front of this. And we've had issues, and this is important to understand. Now, are there consequences, I got to get right at this, are there consequences when there's non-compliance from other elected officials regarding this? Anything that, like I've heard you say some material things, and I'm going to let them go. I heard you loud and clear. But what are the consequences when there's non-compliance from other elected officials, seeing that they're elected? How do we work this process? This is for this board who don't understand, and for anybody listening. Can you help us out being the third-party independent?
Sure. Again, I recognize that these are elected officials, and they don't necessarily fall under the county's procedures and policies, not all the time. And so it is sometimes difficult for management to, to force some kind of an implementation or a change. However, these are findings that are written up within the county's financial report. They're seen by grantor agencies. The state generally will make comments and require corrective action plans to be written. And so therefore, it's just really imperative that they follow, and I would think that they would want to, although I know sometimes that's not always the case in some of the governments that we work with, that they would want to address the concerns that they have within their offices. The implications are, for instance, in the situation where I expressed that, we need to see general ledgers to audit them. We can't be piecing this together. If that's not done, what will happen is it will continue to be an audit finding, a recurring audit finding. The state takes note of that. Additionally, if we have to go in and actually try to piece together the best way we can and still retain our independence, those are additional costs that the county is incurring, because that's not part of the audit process.
Right.
That's good enough. You did good. We'll keep this moving. Thank you for that response. Again, one more time, we get the autonomy that sometimes exists in the statute, but it's in the best interest that we work together. There's a reason why you have standards.
Yes, sir.
I need somebody to hear this. There's a reason you need to have standards,
Correct.
right? I mean, this is a $200 million operation,
Correct.
and we playing I'm listening to this finding like, oh Lord. Now I get the independence, but come on, guys, y'all do better than this. This is reflection, it's a reflection on us, so you're gonna have to hear from me in matters like this. Really, guys? We wound up being on TV for something to go down because of what now? Y'all not having a standard? You feel as though you can't raise up to what? I mean, my point, whoa. All right, next thing, grants. This is something I've been harping on for probably 2 or 3 years. You don't know about the need to have a single view of everything. Now we've been hit with a finding. Right. I need staff and management to get this. They're not playing. There's consequences, guys. I've been saying this for 2 to 3 years. I said, at some point, this is going to catch up with us. This is material. And we can't be in just this little pocket over here and not look over here. She just told y'all guys, y'all can't be siloed. The feds gonna come down. Are y'all listening to this? I gotta say it, so that y'all get this. Like, all right, guys, you don't want, like, we done got material finding. We've been talking about this. You can't play with this. This is federal money. This is state money. I get our local, y'all can act however you want to. This thing will come down on us. Act like you get it. All right, made that point. All right, last one, and I'm gonna let it go. You mentioned everything about the grants. You mentioned about check registers and all of that. You talked about the standard. Oh, yes, I know the stability of management. I know. And yes, Director Miller and the terms did a great job. But we've got a new CFO, and I know going forward. But yes, we should not be here at the end of the year, like all year, being like, okay, where's the audit? Where's the audit? Every finance committee, where the audit? Where the audit? And I believe that there's a commitment, Madam Chair, that and I know, Madam CFO, y'all got this. It's not acceptable. We lowered our standard by what we went through, but I know why we went through it. But it's something that we need to fix that and come out the first year and get back to that place that it is timely. She shouldn't have to struggle. We shouldn't have to pay more costs. Like, okay, come on, guys. At some point, she crosses the line by trying to help us tighten our stuff up, by helping us find our own information. Like, we're talking about financial systems. We've outgrown the old way of doing things, guys. This is no longer a volunteer. This is the 12th largest county in the state. A $200 million, 200 plus all-in fund. We act like this is volunteer. Thank you for your comments, Madam Chair. I've made my points. You get it. I yield the floor. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Any
Yes,
other?
ma'am.
Okay. I heard Commissioner Guider first. Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Meredith, for the report, and I just have a couple of questions. First of all, where there were some deficiencies, I will say, have y'all met with that official or department head to remedy that? Because I believe y'all were involved in the transformation of some of the departments, were you not? After an election, not this election, elections before,
Transition.
to help them kind of set up a procedure where they needed to be able to report to the finance department or the state or whoever they have to disperse funds to.
Whenever there's a new elected official that comes into office, we certainly are there to help them, and if requested, we will come in and kind of help them understand what the procedures were in place prior to their arrival. But we, as auditors, cannot establish processes and procedures. I know you all
I just
have-
know the county hired somebody to help with the transformation.
And it may have been our advisory division of Malden and Jenkins. They are totally separate from the audit
Oh, okay.
group. We have to be for independence purposes. And they did come in and assist with some procedures.
Well, when you found deficiencies in any department, have y'all spoken to anybody in that department as to how they can correct it? Or
Yes, ma'am.
how they should correct it?
Yes, and the main issue is is not using a general ledger system, just using a checkbook and a receipt ledger. There's no way to get a summary of the transactions for the whole year, which is what we're looking at, is the whole year.
But you also said it could be done with a spreadsheet.
It can be done in a spreadsheet, yes, ma'am.
Or
I would
QuickBooks.
say that a general ledger software is much preferred, but if that's not available.
Yeah.
But each year, we explain to them what it is we're looking for, what we're needing, and I think in some instances, it's just, it may not be quite, accounting is a different animal. I'm sure all of the individual elected officials, that's not what they went into office to do. And so if they do not have someone on staff within their own office it's a little difficult to address the recommendations that we have.
Just for a little history, I was tax commissioner for 28 years
Okay.
before taking this job, so I know accounting procedures. And one of the things that we always did was reconcile our disbursements to the county with finance. And I don't know if that's been done. I think there was some mention of that. We reconcile our digest every month, just like you do a bank statements. We took the receivables and then we subtracted the payments and then the adjustments.
Correct.
So you didn't name the departments, but I'm just saying that is something that just about every department that has receivables should be doing. And we did not have general ledger. I kind of invented a spreadsheet, and our auditor at that time was so impressed with it, he put all of the counties that he audited on it because it was simple, and because we don't keep the money long enough to put it in a
Right.
general ledger. That was the main thing. We collected, we dispersed. We collected, we
Correct.
dispersed. So you'd spend most of your time posting. But oftentimes, especially at the end of the year when we were reconciling the digest or the total payments on the digest with the finance department, they may have posted something wrong. We knew where it was supposed to be posted, but they could have posted in the wrong line item. And we found errors, and we always reconcile. Is that not being done?
No, that's not where the issue is.
Okay.
Again, the issue is we have to have account balances to audit. So in order for us to audit cash and to audit basically the liabilities associated with that cash, because everything you take in is going back out. So whatever cash you have at the end of the year is owed to somebody. That's what we need is the cash. We need to know who it's owed to. We need to know what your receipts were for the year and what your disbursements were for the year. And putting it in a general ledger system where it's double entry accounting, where your debits equal your credits, that's something we can audit. We can't just audit a checkbook and say everything's okay.
This was more than a checkbook, but.
Yes, ma'am. But to your point, as far as, the digest and the receivables and reconciling to the finance department, that's not the problem. That's being done.
Okay.
The problem, again, is the general ledger system, or, what we refer to as a trial balance, which is just the summary of the accounts.
Well, it concerned me when you said that there was over 50 adjusting journal entries totaling in excess of 30 million were required to be made during the audit process. So adjustments, posting errors, or,
Those adjustments were not related to the elected officials. Those adjustments were within the other funds of the county. There was a combination of, there were some posting errors, there were some issues with transfers between funds, amounts owed between funds. It was really just a variety, timing of receipts and disbursements, making sure that your accounts payable and your accounts receivable were recorded properly.
but I just wondered if you had spoken to the departments that there may be some deficiencies. Some of the departments are not named, it's just kind of broad, a broad
Right.
statement.
Okay.
So it's hard to tell whether you're talking about a particular department or what,
Okay.
So I was just concerned if, you can't fix something if you don't know that it's broken.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And again, prior to us ever, going to meet with these elected officials to obtain the financial information, we're requesting a general ledger. We're requesting trial balances. And when they can't provide them, they know we need them. We can certainly talk to them again about that. But I think they're aware that they're not able to provide the financial data that we're looking for.
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Robinson about the grant accounting. that is very, very important. If you don't have the I's dotted and the T's crossed, then you could end up having to pay the federal government back some of
Correct.
those funds.
Correct.
So we certainly need to get on that immediately. But I just wanted, my main question was the, whether or not we have spoken to the departments that have these deficiencies. So,
Yes, ma'am, they are aware of our needs.
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kiter. Commissioner Carthen?
Thank you. Great presentation. One of my questions is around the capital project tracking system. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because we do have a lot of projects, under the SPLOS and in other areas. And so how can we better align and close those out so that they do go to the depreciating side once they're completed?
Some of our clients use different, like capital asset type, construction progress type modules that are part of their overall financial software package. I think most of the softwares that are out there have such a module. Some do it in Excel spreadsheets. I mean, it's done all different ways, but the main thing is that you're tracking, if you're building a building, that you're pulling in all of the costs, whether the expenditures are using grant funds, whether they're using, just your general revenues, that you're pulling in all of the costs, that you're including retainage, that you're making sure you're monitoring it budget to actual. And again, it can be done in a variety of different ways. And once that project is finished, it comes out of what's considered construction in progress, and it's the full total amount is moved into your depreciable assets, and depreciation begins.
Right.
There's a variety of ways to track it. I can certainly get some information on some systems that others might be using. It can be a tedious process, but in order to make sure that you're capturing all of the costs associated with those projects, it's imperative that you are tracking those.
Absolutely, because it helps us as we are forecasting down the road
I'm
what we
sure.
need to maintain, what needs to be updated, what needs to come off. So that's really key. Third parties. So right now we have someone who helps us with our SPLOS projects. Do third party, I guess, those partnerships, would they have that software and are,
Generally, we don't
embedded.
see project, whoever's administering the project, overseeing the project, they're generally dealing more so with the
vendors
The
who are coming
vendors,
in to do.
right, any kind of
So it's up to
compliance.
us to ensure that what we are
Correct.
putting in. Okay, got
Correct.
you. I just wanted to make that clear as we move forward. That's one of the things that we need to ensure.
And
Jabril
they may
and
have that
Ramona.
information, but I don't think that's their primary focus.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think that's it. I think all of us have hit the grant thing, so we're excited about our new grants director, and we are trying to ensure that we give her what she needs in order to continue to centralize. So we do have some processes that I hope this Board of Commissioners takes the time to implement in this upcoming year, so that as we are accepting grants from courts and, all of the different entities, the sheriff's department, all of them, we do need to centralize that, because at the end of the day, it is the Board of Commissioners who is responsible for that, because we accept them, even though we distribute them back out into the departments that ask for them. We're the ones that must keep track of them. So I'm so glad you did talk about centralizing the grants process. So thank you. And with that, I yield, Madam Chairman.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. And certainly, thank you so much, Meredith, for coming in and shedding some new light on some of our practices that could be modified or improved upon. As Commissioner Robinson mentioned earlier, he's been here 14 years, and some of these things that you've highlighted have been common practice, and it's always good to have a new set of eyes, which you said this is your first time looking at ours. We've had usually the same folks look at it, and when you have a new set of eyes, you bring new things to our attention. So I appreciate your recommendations. They are recommendations, which we like those recommendations, and certainly we take advantage. And like the grants, I can certainly commend our CFO and our interim director and her entire staff for taking advantage of realizing that grants need to be in a separate cost center per se, or a separate account. And we are working and we're beginning to put our arms around that situation. So some of the recommendations that you've already recommended, that you recommended today, we've gotten out of the gate and will continue to expound and improve upon. So thank you today for your presentation. It was good, and certainly for just enlightening the citizens of this county that the sky is not falling.
Oh,
Certainly
absolutely not.
It's not falling.
Absolutely.
And I heard you loud and clear, because some of these recommendations you brought, that's been common practice around here, because other auditors came in and said, it's okay. But no, you said that we could do it better. And I appreciate that today. So we're gonna modify those things, and we will improve. And we thank you for this audit, and I thank the finance team as well for supporting you with your needs, and the elected officials. I know they're listening, and we will, the Board of Commissioners, I know we will stand with them to get some of the QuickBooks is one that sounds like an easy system that you mentioned earlier that we could bring in to the county.
It's pretty simple. And there's others out there, and I'm glad to try to, pull together some other information if you all are interested.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much again. Presentation was very good, and we thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Board of Commissioners, what we're going to do, we're going to move on to the approval of our minutes. Certainly, we'll move on to the approval. Board of Commissioners, you have before you the commission meeting minutes of November 15, 2022, the work session meeting minutes of November 14, 2022, and the executive session minutes of November 14, 2022. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections that need to be made, Board? Okay, being none, the minutes stand approved. Board of Commissioners, we do have 4 public hearings this morning. We'll start off with our public hearing with the 2023 budget presentation from our Chief Financial Officer, Ramona Bivens. Madam CFO, you have the floor. You and your team.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, staff, and citizens.
Point of order. You know what, I wanted to make some adjustments to the agenda, and I apologize,
sorry.
Madam
That's okay.
CFO. I'd rather do the public hearings first and then have you. That'll help. I just want to make sure it's in order, because
Gotcha.
that'll help the Board of Commissioners as we listen and make decisions. I apologize.
Okay.
But at least you know your presentation works, right?
Yes, thank you.
You were working on it earlier. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move to tab number 5. Let's go with this, the public hearings first, okay? And I appreciate your understanding, Madam CFO. We're going to start with tab number 5, which is to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances regarding Chapter 9, Finance and Taxation, Article 2, Purchasing. LaTanya Amons, our director, if you could just give us the Reader's Digest version of what we are to expect this public hearing, and then I will open it up for our citizens of this county.
Hi. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Board of Commissioners in Douglas County, the public, and Douglas County residents. My name is LaTanya Ammons. I am the Director of Procurement, and I bring to you today proposed changes to Chapter 9, Finance and Taxation of the Code. So, Madam Chair, should I go down and address each change in the code? Okay.
Yes, please.
So in Section 9-20, under Purpose, Section 1, I am proposing the removal of the current Section B, encouraging the reduction in eventful elimination of small orders and emergency purchases. We cannot eliminate, this is just a correction to reflect the practices. We will always have emergency purchases, and we don't want to eliminate small orders. The second proposed change is in Section 9-23, Duties of Purchasing Agent. And I am proposing an addition, Section D, to hold, looking at my notes, I apologize, there is no change. In Section 9-24, under county purchases, I am proposing a change in Section C to read purchases by department heads pursuant to subsection B above may be audited versus shall be monitored. I cleared that up. Well, may be audited by the purchasing agent who shall recommend to the Board of Commissioners budgetary controls on such purchases based upon previous year's acquisitions. And then in Section 9-24 in the county purchases, I am proposing the addition of Section D. To the extent allowed by law, the elected officials and constitutional officers shall abide by the provisions of the purchasing code and policies. In Section 9-25, titled Purchase Procedures, I am suggesting the removal of the last sentence of Section A. Requisitions must be completed prior to the purchase and submitted to the purchasing agent. Requisitions come before a purchase order, so that particular item is just notwithstanding what we currently do. I am suggesting or proposing a removal of Section C, which reads the purchasing agent shall review the requisition, shall review the budget of the department for availability of funds in the budget of the department, shall, if proper, obtain all required approvals necessary, shall proceed with bids from approved vendors list if bids are required under the procedure herein established, and shall recommend the purchase from a certain vendor base on this procedure. The purchasing agent shall approve or deny requisitions for purchase utilizing both the general budget and SPLOST accounts. So I believe that the intent of this paragraph is a lot of different moving parts. And so I recommended the removal because, number one, to begin, the purchasing agent does not approve the budget for the particular item. That's number one. Number two, it includes bid language, and all purchases are not as a result of a bid. Number three, we do not automatically select vendors based upon the approved vendor list. We do produce bids, and the bids can, a new vendor could win the business. Section D of item D in Section 9-25. I am proposing the removal of the word requisitions from that entire section, replaced by purchase orders. County Administrator, Madam Chair, and the Board of Commissioners approve purchase orders and not requisitions. Section F, or proposed Section E, I am proposing the addition to sentence number 1, which will read, when material, supplies, services, or equipment is available for purchasing through an existing contract, scheduled with the state or federal government, or cooperative purchasing agreements. So I'm proposing the insertion of cooperative purchasing agreements because state law does allow for us to purchase from specified purchasing agreements. Recommending a change in Section 9-26 under emergency purchases. In Section B specifically, if an emergency requiring a purchase occurs during business hours and time permits, the department head shall contact the purchasing agent to seek approval. The previous language addressed an emergency purchase order number, and we do not provide emergency purchase order numbers. Proposed change for Section D, all emergency purchases shall be approved by the purchasing agent. Previous language stated the county manager / administrator. I proposed that particular change because my office will take classes and we will work with the emergency management group. We will be on standby when emergencies happen. And so someone will be there available to make appropriate approvals for emergency purchases. In addition, we will have the relationship and understand the requirements that a vendor will need to provide to the county right then and there during an emergency purchase. So that is why I proposed that particular change. Section 9-28 under bid procedures, the last sentence, or the only sentence reads that my proposed change is that we award the bid to the most responsible bidder versus the lowest bidder. The lowest bidder is not always the best bidder for the county, and I believe we saw an example of that earlier this year when the lowest bidder won the landscaping, and then they could not perform the actual service because sometimes they just in over their heads. So we want to have the autonomy to award to the most responsible bidder versus just the lowest. Also in section 9-28, I'm proposing the removal of 3 sections. A lot of the items that are on the books under law really are procedural changes, and they are addressed in the actual policy and procedure versus here in the law. Section B, I would like to bring the attention. It talks about bids for public works shall be bid and let according to OCGA 36-91-1. Bids for road contracts shall be bid and let as provided. But specifically, for all other bids, the purchasing agent shall comply with the following requirements. Again, I propose and like to recommend a removal of most of the subsections. They are addressed in the code, in the policy and procedures, and some are a little antiquated. For example, section 2 says the notice of proposed purchase shall be posted on the bulletin board in the courthouse, setting forth the specifications. So I requested a removal of that. However, the section to remain is the notice of proposed purchases shall be advertised once in the legal organ of the county, and I included or by electronic means on an internet website of the government entity or an internet website identified by the government entity. So therefore, we're still publicly advertising our bids, but changing that law also allows us to post electronically online. Section C, item C says on the date of the bid opening, bids shall be turned over to the appropriate department head. The previous language just addressed that the bids will be open in person in the procurement office. But to the public, everything we do is open and subject to open records. All bids, all tabulations will be posted online for anyone to view at any time. And again, in that particular section, also again cleaned it up and said that the bids will be awarded to the most responsible bidder versus the lowest. In section D, all bids submitted for goods and services sold to the county under these provisions shall be kept on file in the purchasing department. And I propose after an award has been made, the bids shall be subject to Open Records Act. We do it versus someone just stopping by the office and wanting to see something at that particular time. They submit an open record, then we have the documentation of the time when they ask for the record and in our response time. I propose the removal of the current section F. Purchases shall be made from only vendors on an approved vendor list. The purchasing agent shall have the authority to declare a vendor who defaults on such vendor quotations to be an irresponsible bidder and to disqualify such vendor from receiving any business from the county for a specified period of time. Again, as previously stated, vendors currently apply to be on the particular list, and that's fine in the effort to do business. But when we have a bid, we have specifications that vendors must adhere to based upon just an evaluation. We look, we evaluate, and so with this particular language, again, a vendor could be new to Douglas County and not on the current approved vendors list. And so I am recommending that we remove that particular section. In section 9-30 on approved vendors, I am proposing the removal of the word qualified vendors. It states the purchasing agent shall maintain a file of all vendors who desire to do business. When a vendor submits an application, whether unsolicited, we just don't qualify them. We're not sure how good of a business. We don't go out and vet them. And so the removal of the word qualify removes the tightening that we will maintain a file of all vendors who wish to do business. In section 9-32, I am proposing the removal of the entire section titled Processing Time and Planning. The section reads, from the time a requisition is given to the purchasing agent, there should be allowed 10 days for the acquisition of all goods and services, excluding emergency purchases and items for which bids must be received. During the 10-day period, the purchasing agent shall solicit prices in such a manner as will, in such agent's discretion, enable free and open competition and will result to the lowest price which meets the specifications. To begin, because of our current requisition and PO approval process, the procurement department does not, we can't gauge how long the approval will take because the approvals do not begin and end with us. There are other departments that are in the process, and it may take longer than 10 days when it's in law, and we're held by it. Sometimes it's just out of our control, and something isn't approved within 10 days. Should be or shouldn't be, every situation is different. But if it's here, I am proposing the removal because our goal is to convert them as soon as possible. But we do recognize that others are involved in the process, and it may take a little longer. In addition, some of the language here just states that we shall solicit prices in such a manner, and our current policy and procedures requires for everyone to submit quotes, so we don't actually go out and receive pricing. And respectfully, that is the end of my proposed changes to the code.
All right, thank you so much, Director Amons. Certainly, thank you for providing detailed information to the citizens and to this board. This public hearing, I'm preparing to open the public hearing. This public hearing is now open. You've heard citizens about the consideration of amending Douglas County Code of Ordinances regarding Chapter 9, Finance and Taxation, Article 2. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of this ordinance and the changes that were just announced, or the recommendations or the recommended changes that our director would like to bring forth? Okay. Anyone oppose? Any citizens oppose any of the changes? Come forth, and how are you doing this morning, Ms. Batchel? And please provide your name again and state your address. And you have a total of 3 minutes to deliberate your concerns or provide us with your concerns.
Sharon Bachtel, 6331 South Skyline Drive. I have some questions and comments about the new purchasing policy. First, why have the words lowest bid been removed and replaced with most responsible? Don't we want both of those in order to satisfy the purpose of this policy, which is to seek lower costs and better quality for acquisitions, and to assure the greatest value is received for the dollar, the tax dollar? Who will decide who is the most responsible? What are the parameters on this? Will the commissioners who get donations for their campaigns be the ones deciding who gets the contracts and who is the most responsible? Maybe we need a rule that says if you donate or work on campaigns of elected officials, you're disqualified from receiving county contracts. My second concern is that there is no mention in this policy of quotes or bids for contracts less than $50,000. This keeps a lot of small businesses from obtaining county contracts. Everyone should have a chance for a public government contract. What will keep the department heads and elected officials from handing out contracts to their friends instead of looking for the best deal? Professional services should also require quotes. Too many times we have seen contracts go to friends of commissioners. For example, Teal Marketing was given contracts for the last 3 years without advertising or getting quotes for the job for Facebook upkeep. Collaborative Firm has received thousands of our tax dollars after contributing to commissioners' political campaigns.
The $175,000 contract that they received for SPLOST education was not bid out or posted. An $85,000 contract for a pre-design for a library was given to Cole Hill LLC without posting or bidding. These services are performed by many businesses, so why aren't we bidding out these jobs to get the best deal? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Batchel. Anyone else in opposed to the revisions or the additions and recommendations to the Code of Ordinance regarding Chapter 9 of Finance and Taxation? Any other opposition? Okay. Being none, this public hearing is now closed. Board of Commissioners, you've heard the deliberations from our finance, our procurement director, who brought forth this information regarding changes. And certainly, do we have a motion? Yes. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Guider?
One of the issues that Ms. Bachtel brought up was about the lower or the most responsible. Would you comment on that, please?
Yes. So for most bids, and most bids, you have two parts. You have an evaluation on the technical piece, and then you have a cost piece. And so we have just about all bids have an independent evaluation team. That team is comprised of the department head and members of the department, and it can also be someone from the Board of Commissioners office or someone else who is independent. So to begin with, most times I am not on an evaluation team. So we post a bid, we have an evaluation team. Most times it's an odd number of members. They independently look at the bid submissions. They rate bid submissions. We have a numbering system for most, and then we come out, and that's called like the technical review of the bid. And so we say, based upon what they submitted, it appears that they are meeting everything that we've asked for, and they've dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. And then we open up costs. So costs are usually separate because you just don't want to say, yes, lowest bidder, and yet they scored low on the technical piece. So when you rank the evaluation, or you rank those businesses that have submitted a bid based upon technical evaluations, and then you look at the cost, the lowest bidder is not always the one that scored high on technicality. And so that is why it's not prudent to always select the lowest bidder. Yes, we want to save money, but if they cannot perform the job adequately, then we're stuck. We're stuck with an inferior product, or we're stuck with someone who cannot perform the job, as happened earlier this year. And so in the profession of being a procurement professional, we look for the most responsible bidder, which takes a balance in looking at both versus just lowest cost. And
Who's on the review?
so each bid is different as far as a technical review. For, let's say, transportation, it will be someone out of Miguel's group and a team there on transportation. And maybe we look for someone else who, we feel professionally can look at it from a different set of eyes and look at the evaluation. For Heath's group, for Director Heath, it may be someone from his particular organization. And we just closed one with emergency management, and that includes Director Hartley.
So it's just somebody from that department that's reviewing it?
From that department, and it can also be, now, people on the evaluation team, we can have someone from the outside. Let's say if we were looking for an auditing firm, and then we would ask someone from Malden and Jenkins, will someone serve as an on the evaluation team? Mm-hmm. So we can never say who always serves on the evaluation team. We look for those particular experts, and we look for input for those that will be impacted by the bid. So it's, lowest cost on a bid is a little different than just quotes. We're really looking for specificity. We want to make sure that they can do the job, and then what is the cost. And so based upon my years of training, we look at technical first and cost second.
Is there a definition in our code as to what falls under other professional services?
No, not in the code.
There needs to be.
Okay.
I think it's been broadened here lately, and I think Ms. Bachtel may have been referring to something that wasn't even discussed in a committee, so I don't know. It was just awarded, and it was over the 50,000, way over. So I think that's what she may have been referring to, and we need to define. I've always been told you have to have all these degrees to qualify for professional services. Architects, attorneys, engineers, people like that. But not something which is a common job.
Yes, in this line,
So-
professionals, I'm sorry.
So what is your definition of other professional services?
My definition of a professional service based upon training is someone who performs services that we cannot do as an individual group or a county. And it's not limited to architectural or engineering or someone who, or a doctor or a lawyer. It is someone to come in and provide those services that we don't have people on staff to do. That is a professional service.
Well, that could be anybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we don't have people that do construction work, or we don't have people that do lay pipe and things like that.
That is
So-
correct. And so that category would be a construction professional versus, but it's still a
But it's
professional.
supposed to be an uncommon profession.
I believe in the, and I don't have it in front of me.
I looked it up.
Okay, no, but
WikiLeaks.
we, the county has addressed professional services under the current procurement policies and procedures. And there was a new policy and procedure that was drafted by the board, and it was effective January 1, 2022, as to how the board can move for professional services. And that was drafted right before I started. And so so how we move in the county with professional services is in the policy and procedures.
Same people that was on the recommendation for one of our bids.
I may not be
Passed
familiar.
that policy, but anyway. I would suggest that we do have a category, other professional services, people that, like software people that do certain software and things like that. But we need to look it up in the dictionary too. So with that, I yield back. But I thank Ms. Bachtel for her comments. I think some of it does have merit, so thank you. I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. All right, we have a motion and a second. Okay, yeah, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, some of it was meritorious and some of it was political. I don't believe in restrictive, this is debate, this is policy, this is what we're here for. I don't believe in restrictiveness, I believe in enableness. Narrowly defined, that's control. You gotta take a position, two sides of the argument. You gotta hear the other side. Thank you for over 14 years. I've seen 4 procurement directors. You nailed it. I mean, you gotta understand what she just did. That was a lot of language. And she so eloquently just rolled this thing out. Her mind to be able to did y'all not just listen to this? And she almost rewrote this thing. And she hit several issues that have sat here since I got here. It took her to sit here like, okay, this is the best way they do stuff. Thank you for bringing order. Don't get self-righteous now. Where has it been for 13 years? All the stuff that has been allowed to move through. Appreciate the standing. Thank you for holding strong. Told you you'd be all right. Now don't get away with that. We're going to go forward. The same rules you used were used against you. Can't act self-righteous. We're going to take it forward. I have to say it. Right? We're going to take it forward. We got a new procurement officer. I'm all behind what I just heard. Got it duly noted. I mean, we'll continue to edit and amend over time. You're good. Look what you just did. You can't rewrite everything. And that was a lot to swallow right then. And I appreciate that. Your thought leadership. Right? All of this. You know, pot shot little small parts and nick like, okay, whatever. Right? In other words, that's just like, yeah, but I won't even go there because we got a lot to get to today. But I had to address, because you always got to have two sides of the debate. And at some point, I'm sure just call the question. But thank you for your work. This was a lot, the professional services, we get it. I mean, there were nothing but rules. At least we're putting policy in place. Yeah, I mean, the contracts roll through here. So what? Somebody got 3 years. Don't make me go back to the 17 years. Or all the other contracts I'm aware of that y'all were silent. Move it forward. But thank you for taking a position. What we didn't have before, nobody either, they didn't want to take a position or were afraid to take a position. I got to call it like I said. They were fearful to make change. Thank you for stepping up. Or they didn't want to because it allowed the directors of procurement to roll things through for their friends and allow stuff to happen on our watch. I need you to be a true procurement officer. Hold. Don't allow stuff to get out there. Like you got a fiduciary responsibility, more than most of your peers, your 28 other peers. Procurement. In other words, it's just her call, keep us safe. All the shenanigans I'm listening to, no, just hold, just say no. We can't do it that way. We're not trying to do anything wrong here. Ain't nothing like that. We're just trying to get work done. Get the voice out there. Move us forward. But there's an enabler, there's a mechanism that needs to be done structurally within the organization. It's through procurement. We'll get to finance in a minute. But I appreciate what your work and where we are, and it's going to take us forward. But again, I cannot sit here and all of a sudden we're putting something forth and there's all of a sudden, well, why this thing here? Why this? Like, no, you got to progress. Move forward. Move forward. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. We're going to move on, board. We have a motion and a second on the floor. We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. Board of Commissioners, we have a 4-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. I'm so accustomed to saying 5-0. Board of Commissioners, certainly at your pleasure, I want to take a 2-minute break, 2-minute recess, if we could do that.
Yes.
Okay, y'all can just, if you would like, 2 minutes.
Recess.
Yes.
We're taking a
Meeting, and thank you all for your patience for our 2-minute recess. We are back. Board of Commissioners, we'll start with our tab number 6, which is my understanding in our work session, we certainly had conversations about tabling this item, which is to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances regarding Chapter 5, Article 11, which is the Animal Control Advisory Board. And it's my understanding this item needs to be tabled. So, Board of Commissioners, I will certainly respectfully to our citizens, we know we advertise this as a public hearing, but extend our apologies, and this will come back before you to allow you to weigh in. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to table? Yes, Vice Chair.
It's Director Frankowski out there, or Deputy Director, County Administrator. Can y'all address this? Because, is she out there, Vanessa?
She's not here.
All right. The reason I said that we were asked to table this until the Animal Control Advisory Board could convene their meeting in January. Therefore, this would not be before us until February. I need to confirm, can the county clerk or the deputy county clerk tell us what is the first meeting in February that this will come back before us? So we can just, I want to make it a date certain, Madam Chair. Deputy County Administrator, is that accurate in my understanding of what y'all intention is? You asked for this, so is that accurate?
He's not in the room.
Oh,
February 7th.
is anybody here?
Good morning, Vice Chair Tiffany Stewart Stanley. Yes, that's my understanding. They wanted this tabled and some time for the Animal Advisory Board to meet. And I don't know the exact date, but I would think that they should have a meeting in January, but we can confirm that for you.
Okay. All right, so what's the date, County Clerk?
Okay.
February 7th is the first meeting in February.
Okay, February 7th. Certainly, respectfully to our citizens, we may have someone in the audience that really came out to speak to this particular item and wanted to give you the opportunity and privileges to say some words and your concerns or express your concerns, or if anyone here in the audience is here to speak regarding this item on the Animal Control Advisory Board's issue that's coming forth. Okay, well, no one's here, so again, it will be tabled until February the 9th. Is that what I heard, Clerk? February the 7th. Okay. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to table tab number 6 to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances regarding Chapter 5, Article 11? Do we have a motion? Until February the 7th, 2023. Do we have a
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please indicate by raising your right hand if you're in favor. We have a 4-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries, okay, to table this item. We're going to move on to tab number 7, Board of Commissioners, to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances regarding Article 2, Section 3-53, temporary alcohol permits, Chapter 12.5-17, which is public consumption of beer, wine, and spirits in its public buildings and parks. We have before us today our Planning and Zoning Manager, Allison Duncan, who will be just giving us some brief detail and descriptions of what this is all about.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. I do have a few slides to share with you this morning. You will remember that we first discussed this back at our October 31st meeting, so some of this you have seen before. If I could get the slides brought up on the screen. There we go. As a reminder, what is before you today is in regard to regulation of alcohol here in Douglas County. There are 3 primary ways, just to break it down for you, that we regulate alcohol. First of all, off-premise consumption sales, so that's when you go into a retailer, buy alcohol, and take it to consume somewhere else. On-premise consumption sales, so that's kind of consuming by the drink. And then what we're talking about today, I have outlined there in red, is regulation of temporary alcohol permits. So this is when you're going to have a special event somewhere that wouldn't typically be allowed to serve alcohol. You can come to the county and you can get a permit from the alcohol to have a permit from the county to have a temporary permit to serve alcohol in conjunction with that special event. So there's 3 main questions that I think that we're trying to answer here today. Will we allow consumption of liquor in county parks? Our temporary alcohol permits allow for beer, wine, and liquor, but currently there is a provision of the Unified Development Code that only allows for beer and wine to be consumed in parks. So that is one of the amendments before you today, is do you want to consider that amendment? Who authorizes the temporary alcohol permits? Currently, there is a list of departments that are enumerated under the code. We have proposed some modifications that will consolidate that in the alcohol ordinance. And then we have put some modifications in there that we recommend that we change our fee structure and the number of permits that may be allowed under certain circumstances for an individual applicant in the code. And all of that was presented to you in advance and is highlighted in your packet. If there is consensus that we will move forward with the approvals that we are here discussing today, there will also be a concurrent text amendment this evening at our Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting that will clarify which departments must sign off on a special event permit and clarify the path of appeal if all departments do not sign off on a special event permit. Again, just as a reminder, a special event permit must be issued prior to the temporary alcohol permit being issued. After we presented those slides at our October 31st meeting, we had received several questions, and I have presented some additional information here for your consideration. Specifically, there was a question about how many permits are we actually talking about. So what I've included is a list of the last 5 years and the requests that we get, not only for temporary events, so that's what you see there in yellow, the numbers in yellow, going back to 2018, but then also the number of temporary alcohol permits. And I should note that the number of temporary alcohol permits there in red per year, of all of those 5 years, we've actually only had 2 events in 5 years that have sought a permit for beer, wine, and liquor. The majority of temporary alcohol permits that we have issued in 5 years have been for beer and wine only. We also received some questions when we were here before you previously about how does this impact county facilities broadly. So we did a little bit of research into that. We looked into current facilities where you can have alcohol. So for example, park facilities, you can rent park facilities. Again, the code currently says beer and wine only. Senior centers, our senior centers do have rental agreements in place for Woody Fight and Lithia Springs. They indicate that you have to adhere to the county's temporary alcohol permit requirements, which means you would have to get the special event permit in order to get the temporary alcohol permit. And then we looked into the libraries. The official policy is no food or drink allowed in the library, but there may be certain exemptions. For example, Dog River Library is in a park, so there have been some areas where there's some overlap, and they have worked that out, again, with the provision that you get a temporary alcohol permit in conjunction with your special event per that. Some examples where current county policy did not allow for private events, the courthouse. I understand that the courthouse is not a facility that can be rented for a private event, nor can the Connect Douglas Multimodal Transportation Center. Now, in sharing this information for you, I also discovered that the county owns 83 buildings. We don't actually have formal policies for all 83 buildings, so I don't want to present this as an exhaustive list, but you asked, hey, what does this look like, currently in the county? So we tried to provide an example, of some of the areas that we do have in the county in terms of public buildings and where this may be applicable, but we would recommend that going forward, this may be an issue for further consideration if you decide to move forward in this regard. Let's see, you had asked for some peer communities, some information on peer communities. So we looked at our larger neighbors, such as Cobb County, City of Atlanta. They do have policies in place, again, in conjunction with special events, where they do allow beer, wine, and distilled spirits in their park facilities. But then there are also communities that don't have that policy in place. So that didn't give us real direction one way or the other for this. But then there was a couple of additional questions about facilities in the city of Douglasville, such as the conference center and things like that. One thing to clarify is that Douglasville has a designated entertainment district that allows patrons to leave their downtown restaurants with beer and wine in a to-go cup. So just want to kind of clarify that that's a separate thing that is not what is under consideration today in our code. That's a separate policy and a separate designated area. And then the Douglasville Conference Center, they actually don't have an alcohol license. They can serve alcohol at an event if the host furnishes the alcohol. And then the host, again, must acquire that temporary alcohol permit and must use a licensed caterer. The West Pines Golf Club is also a city-owned facility owned by the city of Douglasville. They have a grill, and that grill is licensed to serve beer and wine only, in addition to food service that's allowed in the restaurant. If you have any additional questions, I would be happy to try to answer them. But I think at this time, that concludes the presentation that I have to share with you here today, and be happy to respond to anything else that you have on your mind. So.
All right, thank you so much. Manager Duncan, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, certainly at your pleasure, I will open this public hearing. Before I open, are there any comments or remarks? Okay. Commissioner
You asked.
Guida, yeah, she wanted to say something, and then I'm gonna open it up. Okay.
I wanted to ask a question to Ms. Allison.
Okay. Ask the question, please. You can ask. She just wanted to
Yes,
talk to Al.
Allison, you use the word alcohol several times. Well, beer is alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
Wine is alcohol. So it was kind of confusing. Did you mean liquor?
So again, it's going to vary based on, the circumstances we're talking about. But I would say, again, under our temporary alcohol permits, you can seek a temporary alcohol permit for beer, wine, or liquor. Because of our current regulations in our parks, the section of the code dealing with parks says beer and wine only. And
Okay,
then
so that's what we're here, the public hearing is about, to include liquor in, to be sold in either, under a special permit, I guess, in our parks and our public buildings. So-
That would be, if you are inclined to remove the provision that restricts for parks, beer and wine only, then anybody pulling a temporary alcohol permit could choose to do beer, wine, or liquor in parks and other public
But
facilities
it's
of
kind
the
of
county.
confusing the way you're wording it. A vote for would be to include liquor. A vote no would be to deny liquor to be added in our parks.
Yes, ma'am. I received that. I apologize if that was
Okay.
confusing. But you would be changing the code to say that we're changing the language of the ordinance so that you're no longer limited only to beer and wine in parks. You would pull a temporary alcohol permit, and you would be able to decide as the host if you want beer, wine, or liquor in parks.
And now,
I don't know
if
I
you're
can-
having a special event in a park, you have to go through your office for a permit, plus the sheriff has to sign on it. The sheriff has to provide deputies.
So right now, you have to receive a special event permit. As a part of that special event
In your
permit,
office.
and that starts in the planning and zoning office,
Okay.
that is correct. As a part of that special event permit, there are 5 departments that have to sign off. So it's the sheriff's department, the fire department, planning and zoning, risk and safety, and transportation. So that special event permit must be completed prior to being able to issue a temporary alcohol permit. If an event is in a county park, you must also receive a separate permit from the park to hold the event in the county park. But a special event permit, just to clarify, can be for any property in the county, public or private.
Well, the chief deputy of the sheriff told me they also have to provide for deputies, even in those cases, where it's just beer and wine.
For the temporary alcohol permit?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Guida. Board of Commissioners, it's your pleasure. I'm moving forward to open this public hearing. This public hearing is now open. Do we have anyone that want to speak on behalf of the public hearing to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances, Article 2, Section 3-53 for temporary alcohol permits for public consumption of beer, wine, and spirits in public buildings and parks? Anyone here to speak on behalf? Okay. Anyone to, in opposition, anyone to speak against? And if you come, when you come up, please state your name, give us your address, and please also just, you have 3 minutes. Thank you again, Ms. Batchel.
Sharon Bachtel, 6331 South Skyline Drive.
Pull the microphone
According to a
down.
Douglas County ordinance, no alcohol can be sold closer than 600 feet to a school building, educational building, school grounds, or college campus. What is the purpose of this ordinance? I thought it was to keep alcohol away from children. I don't understand why this commission would consider allowing alcohol to be served in our public parks if our goal is to keep alcohol away from children. I would consider a rec building or a ballpark to be an educational facility. What kind of restrictions will you put on these permits? Will you require a sheriff's deputy to be present to give breathalyzer tests to make sure no one is driving drunk and endangering the children or citizens at the park? Will my tax dollars be used to pay for this? What is the liability of this county if a child is injured or killed by someone who has been drinking alcohol served at a park? What is the liability of the county if an inebriated person causes a disturbance and traumatizes a child at a park? If the county government allows alcohol at parks, they are encouraging people to drink. If something happens to a child, I would be pointing my finger at you to blame. Let's leave the parks to the kids, and I ask you to please vote against this ordinance.
Thank you so much, Ms. Batchel. Anyone else here to speak in opposition? Okay. All right, thank you so much, Pastor Josh. How are you?
Good morning, Commission Board,
Good morning.
Madam Chair. God bless y'all. Y'all have a tough job. So, I did have a question, I guess. I'm just trying to understand a little bit the temporary permits. Is that going to be a springboard that allows for parks to continue to sell alcohol and stuff at ball games and things like that? Is that where this is going?
Pastor, typically we allow the citizens to weigh in, and we can respond to your question once I close the public hearing, but we will make a
Okay.
note of it.
Okay.
Any,
I may just wait till this evening then, if that's okay. I was just, yes, ma'am. Thank
Point
you.
of
All right.
order.
God bless.
Pastor,
Yes, ma'am.
go ahead and say everything you want to say, and
Uh,
then we'll address it.
Okay.
You have the floor.
yeah, cool. You will answer the question. Okay, go on.
All right, so let me just share my heart here. And again, I thank
Yeah,
y'all for your
please.
job and what y'all do. And I'm not here to condemn nor condone, just challenge, provoke us to good works. I don't see this being a benefit to our community. I get revenue. That would be the only benefit. I understand there's a law that's been passed and the will of the people, and you're trying to make ordinances align with the laws. I understand that too. I'd be naive to think it stops there, right? There'll be special interest groups that benefit, but no families will benefit, right? I don't think it's a good idea to sell alcohol at the parks where families are trying to build their families instead of destroy them. I get everyone's not a pastor, but we have enough package and bars and things in our county already. I get it's the law. And we're trying to line that up. And there's a lot of things that are lawful that are still terrible, right? And I get it's such a small thing because we've drifted so far. I believe, abortion and prostitution is legal in some parts of the country. So I wouldn't let politicians and lawyers be our moral compass to what's right and wrong. And I don't say that in a harmful way. It's just, for 40 years, my family's been in the bonding company in this county. 5 years I worked in the prosecutor's office. I've had a recovery home in Chicago for 5 years, and I did a recovery home in Africa for 5 years. I've spent my life working with broken families and broken people. 24 years ago, I overdosed from cocaine and alcohol, and I've spent my life just dealing with this. Alcohol is the worst drug in the world. Outside of fathers' homes, abortion, sexual addictions, alcohol destroys families more than any other. There's no way of hiding it. And I get we have laws and the will of people, but it's also the will of the people to crucify Christ. So let's be careful that we don't tilt or pander to special interest groups. It's not going to benefit one family in this community. It's only going to revenue. And there will not be enough revenue to make up for the hiccups of the damage done to families. There needs to be some safe places for families to build. I get it. I know we got a job to do. So do I. But our identity in Christ is greater than our positions and our callings right here and now, right? And I'm not here again to beat up. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody, but we're better than this, right? I understand there's some things that need to be done, but I'd be, again, naive to think that it's not going to be a springboard. And my concern would be that it'd be a regular basis that alcohol be sold in the parks and stuff. I guess that's would be my big concern. I'm not here to play defense against the devil. I'm playing offense with Jesus, right? And I understand people have a free will, right? Let me share this, and I'll be quiet. You know, the Great Wall of China was built over 2,300 years. They said it's averaged 20 feet high, 21 feet wide, and 13,000 miles long. A lot of time, sweat put into it. It was compromised because the gatekeepers were paid off and to march right in. Y'all are our gatekeepers for this community. And I believe y'all are here on goodwill to do well. I know y'all, several of y'all, and I know you're believers and love the Lord. And I know you got a tough job, and I'm not here to beat you up or make you do what I think's right. I would say that we would honor the Lord. I don't think we can hold hands with Jesus on Sundays and the devil on Tuesday. And I thank God loves me when I'm not loving him. Mm-hmm. And we all mess it up, and we all need grace and mercy. Yeah. And to say I believe in God is good, but to say that I love him enough to obey him is better. And I think God's love language is obedience. The Bible says wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging. Whoever's deceived there is not wise. Be not drunk with wine, but be filled with the Spirit. And woe to the man who offers drink to his neighbor. It's one thing to drink alcohol, it's another to profit off brokenness. You won't find one bar owner or package store owners whose life is not marred and broken from destruction of a curse they bring upon themselves because they open that door. I'm for you. I love you. I pray for you. I'm not here to tear you down or talk behind your back. I just want to challenge us to rise up and to be better. You are ministers of God, and I want to honor you in such a way. Such a time as this, right? This book is not Republican, Democrat, black or white, right? It's the Lord's love letter to us, right?
Amen.
And we submit ourselves to the highest authority. We rise the standard to what he would have for us. And that's what I would challenge us to do. What would the Holy Spirit have you to do? I'll end with this. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, so that you may be careful to do according to all that is written in it. For then you will make your way prosperous and then have good success. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Be not frightened, and do not be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever so you be. Again, I just challenge us to do the best thing. And I want to be a pastor that's a part of the solution, not just creating problems. I love you, and yeah, I'll stop there. Thank y'all for your time. I appreciate you. Yeah, God bless you.
All right, thank you so much, Pastor.
Madam Chair.
And you know what, Pastor, if you could provide us with your name and address, that's okay, no problem. Just want to make sure we have that for the record.
Yes, ma'am. So my name's Joshua Smith. I pastor at Cowan Mill Church, 6614 Cowan Mill Road, and I live on Big A, 5392 Pamela Drive.
Okay.
So I'm Douglasville.
Okay, thank you so much.
God bless you.
Mhm. All right. Anyone else?
Madam
would like-
Chair.
Is this still?
I know it. I'm not talking to you. I would like to speak as a citizen, because a while ago you weren't going to give us a chance to speak as commissioners.
You want to speak as a citizen?
I would
Okay,
like to
okay.
speak it as.
Okay,
You
I
want
didn't
me
know
to
you
go
were in
down
that capacity. So anyone else in opposition?
I am a citizen of this county,
Okay,
too.
okay. You have the floor, Commissioner, as a citizen.
Would you like for me to go down there?
You can stand and
Okay.
Sure.
And I'll
And-
make it
and
short. so-
Provide your name and address, please.
Okay. Ann Jones Guider, 3380 East Baggett Road,
Okay, thank you.
Winston. someone made the comment, I think it was Allison, made the comment that Cobb and Fulton counties allowed this in parks. I would say most of the people that move to Douglas County are moving out of places like Cobb and Fulton, because they don't like what's going on in their counties. I don't want to be like Fulton County. Reference was made to the conference center. Well, conference center is within the city limits of Douglasville. They make their own laws there. They make their own ordinances and codes. And there's a time and a place for everything, but I agree with the pastor. Satan doesn't just jump into the fire, he puts his foot in the door. And once he gets his foot in the door, he will eventually take over. There are plenty of places here in Douglas County that are privately owned or where people can have their events that they want to serve liquor. Let them do it. They already have that right. Why do we have to extend it to the parks where the children are? We are all parents up here. We should be looking out for the next generation, for our children, our grandchildren. And we are the gatekeepers. And I just ask, I too know about what alcohol does. I ran a Celebrate Recovery at my church for 16 years. 16 years, I saw so many people that were addicted to alcohol. When I say alcohol, I'm talking about hard liquor. And it's not like a couple of beers at a ball game or something like this. I'm talking about hard liquor. My father was an alcoholic until Jesus got a hold of him. Thank goodness. But I will tell you, it's a terrible addiction, and it does not just affect that person. It affects everybody that is around them, every family member, and even friends and their community. It makes their families have to fall back on the government to help them have food and shelter because the father is out of the picture. I pray that you just think about this. It's not that we're tying the hands of the public. They have the opportunity to have their hard liquor in certain places. There's time and place for everything, I guess. And I'm not a teetotaler. I'm not one of those people. But I do know that some things are just sacred, and I think our parks are sacred. People get out there to get close to God, get close to nature. And we just need to draw the line. Let us be the board that draws the line. And with that, I yield back.
As a citizen?
As a citizen.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in opposition? Okay. Being none, this public hearing is now closed. Board of Commissioners, you've heard the public hearing, and certainly I will call the motion. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances regarding Article 2, Section 3-53, temporary alcohol permits, Chapter 12.5-17 for public consumption of beer, wine, and spirits in public buildings and parks? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a motion and a second? Any discussion?
Yes.
Mhm. Yes, you have the floor, Vice Chairman.
You know, I'm the one that brought this forward. You know, I don't fear man. I appreciate that. And my point in bringing it forward is for what happens out in the community when there's inconsistency regarding citizenry. So when I hear staff is allowing this for one group and denying that, but when I see one official think they have authority to speak across, make sure y'all know what this is about. I appreciate all the broad eloquence. I get it, but that wasn't what this was about. This was simply trying to line up a policy. Now, I knew this was going to be a platform, everybody's going to come and have the, I get it. We're talking about buildings. So my point, let me be clear about what I'm speaking of. It's about buildings, 3 or 4 buildings, perhaps, that could be rented in the evening for whatever the case be, because the citizens asked for this, they allowed it. That's my point. In other words, it should have went forth before. There was not a condition in what we did. So, County Clerk, thank you for, I went and looked at for the past 30 years, every time referendum on alcohol has been done, for 30 years. Because I don't like when people try to rewrite history and try to tell us how we should think. I don't like to dictate to the public. I believe in serving the public. This is important. I serve. I ain't gonna tell the public, listen, tell the public we need to stand up and tell them what to do. Don't always hear that, don't tell me what to do, to let me be free, let me have my, look at the inconsistency in the narrative. You get to dictate to the public when you want to extend your values upon them, when they pretty much said, this is what I want done. How about that? Ooh, conflicting spirits. All right, so County Clerk, I know that you got that information for us, and I think you said you were going to send it to the full board on the different referendums. I just want to know the language. Let me do my job. Let me stay in my lane. What was the language at the referendum that was passed? What was it, 2009? County Clerk, do you have that before you?
I don't have it right this minute.
Okay, you need to find it. We didn't have time for, I need you to find this. Because it was not in the referendum that prohibited it being in any other area. You can't rewrite, I mean, just like Bob, you want to rewrite the Bible, want to rewrite the law. This is what we said. You can't be convenient. This is what it said. So we want to, see, we're being inconsistent. We hold up documents, I get it. But yet we're inconsistent. My job, like, and again, I get the Roman Empire. I get it. I get why America was created. I get it. You want to have too much power? No. Separation of church and state. I get it as an individual, God-fearing. I love the Lord. But I can separate the two. Let me be clear about what I'm doing here. I'm not confused. I understand. It's a simple question. Are we going to follow the will of the people, to allow whatever word you want to use, alcohol, spirits? I'm not going to split hairs. Y'all know what this means. Beer, wine, and liquor. Fine. The referendum went forth that allowed it. Fine. All we're trying to do is do our job is to line up and say, because again, I hear you, but you're infringing on the rights of people who could have access to this. So I'm fighting for the little guy, like, wait a minute now. This is not about economics. I just want to make the law line up. And my point is, who made the decision? Really what I want to get at too. What official made the decision to go against the will of the people to say, we're not going to do this here? I'm trying to get to that point. It's sort of like an inquiry. Sometimes it's tough. Like January 6th, I want to know what happened. Who made the decision? What director? What official? Who made the decision to go against the will of the people by saying that we're not going to, we hear what y'all say, but we're not going to let y'all put it here. When everything else, our temporary events is allowed, alcohol is allowed, but wait a minute, during conflict. So as a role, as the highest governing authority, my job is to align everything. I can't close my eyes to this one thing. I can't let this director be rogue against this one or this will. Like, who's lining this up? This is my job. It ain't convenient. It ain't easy. But I'm just trying to get to a simple question. In this administration, there's 200 million and 1,200 people. Can somebody answer a simple question? I don't know what I'm about to do, but the point is I'm inquiring. But what I can't be told is what not to do in my job. I don't tell people how to run their courts. Consider that when the public sent me down here, like, when my pastor, Bishop Brock, like, you sure you want me to go down there, Bishop? Like, look, I'm not Obama. I'm not that guy. He says, no, we need, like, no, are you sure you want me, Bishop, to go up there? Because you know me. Perfectly imperfect. Perfectly imperfect. I get it. But I'm here to do my job. So, County Clerk, I bought you some time. I still want my question answered. Or Allison, Ms. Duncan, is somebody out there that can talk to me about, again, the enabling legislation that allowed us to even be here? If it was clean when we began with, I wouldn't be here. Think about it. We wouldn't be talking about this. Can somebody tell me how we got off rail? I get to challenge it. That's my job. Say, okay, but what happened? This is not like, no, I'm going to find out what happened. There's no, not, look at this. Don't consider this. No, what happened? So, please, someone. Anyway.
Clerk. you
I
have the
have
floor.
located 3 referendums. One was from 2003, one was from 2009, and one was from 2018. So I'm not sure which one. One addresses Sunday alcohol sales.
Let's go back to 3. I want all 3. This is a public hearing. We got to follow the legislation. That's what, a generation, 20 years. Let's see what Douglas County did in a generation. Let's look at, you don't get to, rewrite history. Right? We talk about our kids. I want my kids to know the truth on what happened. So that means you got to go get the facts. You don't get to conveniently and say, well, we're not going to allow this. Please don't get me into the public education conversation. I'm going to stay here. Let school board deal with school board stuff and kids. When they step off that campus, I'll deal with what I got to deal with. Please don't confuse the narratives. County Clerk, please. I want you to read the referendum, read the question that was put forth for all 3 years, 3, 9, and 18. Just whatever's there. I just want to hear what was put forth. Please, take your time.
Okay, the one for 2003, I only have the resolutions. I was not able to locate the actual referendum yet.
Do what you got. You understand? Go with the history you got. Thank
Just
you.
read the resolution,
Yeah, just
clerk.
Okay, there's 2 of them for 2003.
There's what?
There's 2 for 2003.
Go ahead and read whatever you have. Just
One
we'll be
is a
quick about it.
resolution authorizing referendum election to consider permitting Sunday sales of alcoholic beverages by the drink.
Keep going. Take your time.
That's all there is on that one.
That's for 2003. And the floor has been
The
yielded
other one
temporarily.
for 2003 is a resolution supporting House Bill 110 to prohibit the sale of single containers of malt beverages at retail establishments where motor fuel is sold.
Okay.
That wasn't really a referendum, but,
Okay. Any others?
yeah, The one for 2009 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners requesting that the Board of Elections and Registration call an election of the voters of Douglas County to authorize Douglas County to permit and regulate Sunday sales of distilled spirits or alcohol beverages for beverage purposes by the drink, approving the form of ballot to be used in such elections and for other purposes.
Is there anything else to that one? Is there the
Let's
actual
see.
referendum question?
Okay, the question is, shall the governing authority of Douglas County be authorized to permit and regulate Sunday sales of distilled spirits on alcoholic beverages for beverage purposes by the drink?
Okay. All right. That was in 9 and 18. Just keep it moving.
Okay, the one for 2018 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Douglas County requesting that the Board of Elections and Registration call an election of the voters of Douglas County to authorize Douglas County to permit and regulate Sunday sales of distilled spirits or alcoholic beverages for beverage purposes by the drink from 11 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. and approving the form of ballot to be used in such an election.
Got it. That's good enough. So nowhere in there in all of that did I hear a prohibition So back to when staff, your job is one, but like our job is to translate what the public wants, and your job is to translate what decisions we make. So this is more about that. You can't have rogue within that, like, well, who made the decision to say that it couldn't be there? Again, I got my planning and zoning that says that they lined it up. Somebody had to make that decision. Somebody changed the code inside that policy manual to make it exist, because prior to that, it did not exist. We did not allow alcohol, period. Right, so that means that somebody went and created a manual that now says, we're only gonna allow beer and wine. Somebody literally had to type that. Ooh. What now? And stuff slips by. This is my point, like, you gotta get to the root of it, like, oh, something slipped by. Now, how do we get there? Now, I know the person that might have literally typed. I'm not talking about the literal typist. I'm talking about some type of authorization, some type of command happened in which there was some type of authority to put forth. And all we're talking about is a building, if any event that somebody wants to rent something out, right? We're not talking about kids. If somebody wants to rent out the senior center and do whatever they want to do within the context of what they're doing, like I said, there's only been 2 requests. Y'all making a big deal out of nothing. This ain't that deep. They want to rent the building, keep it moving. They want to have that 75th, 80th, that's their business. It's about self-control. I get it. I understand. But I'm not arguing that. I'm not debating that. The debate simply is, do we allow people to rent out certain facilities? Now, I'm just talking about the buildings. I'm not talking about all out in the common areas per se. Make sure you understand where I'm coming from. The question was about the buildings, not just the park buildings, but any of the county buildings that we may come online, that people may need additional asset usage. There is a need. So it's more of that. We have to take it up, and the board has to make its decision, and that's democracy. We keep it moving. There's no dictate. No one person has a position over the other. All 5 of us or 4 of us are equal in how we make our choices. So I just, Madam Chair, she read what I needed to hear, which is to bring it forth. I've gone long enough for right now, and I'm going to yield the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Guyder.
I heard the word sales and everything, but we have in our restaurants, in order to sell alcohol, you have to have so much food. Is that not correct, Allison? You have to have a percentage of food, so...
Right, so just to clarify, the amendments before you today don't have any impact on restaurants or retail establishments. This is simply for people pulling special
But just
event
reading
permits and temporary.
what was read today, it implied that, they were just extending the alcohol over to Sunday. And before, it was always about restaurants. And the percentage of food, the percentage of alcohol, or how many, you had to have a certain amount of food in order to do that. And the conference center, again, that is in the city. They can do it. They can do it now if they want to. We're talking about government buildings. We don't need to be in competition with the private sector. There's money in the sales, the money in the process of selling alcohol. Let it go into the private sector. We are not, we don't have to be the advocates of it. We can allow it. But anytime a law is passed, someone's got to make up the rules after it, or guidelines on how it's to be administered. That's the administrative side. And that's probably how it was laid out there that way. Somebody was wise enough to say, we don't want liquor in our parks. But it doesn't matter. It's been done for years and years. And so there's got to be, I don't know what the agenda is to try to push this into our parks. Somebody is trying to do somebody a favor or something, I don't know. we've only had 2 requests in how many years? So why the big push? Why did it even come up? Why did it come up? Because somebody was turned down, I can guarantee you that. And that could be checked out with the sheriff's department. The sheriff himself is against this. I think he's called or talked to each one of us. So he knows it's just going to add problems to for his department. So I just wanted to, anytime a law is passed, then somebody's got to sit down and put the guidelines for that law, how to implement that law. And somebody left parks out and government buildings on purpose, I believe. Thank God. And with that, I yield back.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Certainly, I understand wholeheartedly there is a separation between church and state, but as a sister of a Mississippi preacher, I understand what alcohol can do. And I know the consequences it has. And certainly this is just focusing on just small venues. But just a small venue can turn into a nightmare with the wrong piece of liquor. It is so hard to control measures on inebriation. All of us have a different tolerance level for alcohol. Some can drink just a little cup and they fall down to the ground, and others may drink a gallon, and it takes them a while. But it's hard to measure, particularly as you are leaving an event and there's a accident, and it may be one of your own. And I'll just be honest with you, it just the parks. I see parks. I know we had just for the public buildings, sometimes like the senior centers, if there's a 50th birthday party, 60th birthday party, just for a small group, you can control those, but it's very difficult to control those as well. And I know that would require our sheriff department to intervene. And of course, we are short of staff right now, and we'll probably continue to be short of staff. So certainly we all have to vote our conscience today, Board of Commissioners. And we have a motion and certainly a second on the floor. And if there are no further discussions, please prepare to cast your votes. All right, the motion is 2 for and 2 against, and the motion fails for lack of a majority. So we're going to move on to our next item, okay?
Yes, sir.
We're going to move to tab number 8, which is under business items, approval of the amendment to the Procurement Policy and Procedures Manual as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. This item was tabled on 11/15/2022. However, we wanted all of us to be here for this amendment, or should I say for these Policy and Procedure Optimization Act approvals. So is that still the case, Vice Chairman? Because we only have 4 of us again today.
I understand, Madam Chair. This is by the county attorney, but there's a difference between political advice and legal advice. We know what was at hand here.
Okay.
And for every meeting, somebody can be out of the room and delay. Some of this legislation is driving our current budget that we have to decide in our next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
You don't vote, you have no voice. Been doing this too long to know that, hey, if you can't be here, got it. Keep moving. We try to respect, but the work of the people got to keep moving. So just call it, Madam Chair.
Okay. What I'm going to have to do, I'm going to pivot back to the budget public hearing. I missed that. Yeah. We're going to go with the 2023 budget public hearing. Our CFO, Ramona Bivens, will be presenting today, Board, and then, of course, I will open up the public hearing for the citizens to weigh in.
Well, it's good afternoon now, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and
afternoon.
Commissioners. Look, I thought you'd forgotten about me. I told Rosalind, okay, we can go eat lunch now. All right, so what I'm going to do today is present a balanced budget, finally, for the 2023 proposed budget. Okay, there we go. And I have provided you all, each of you, and as well as the public, with a copy of this presentation. So when we met back in the first part of this month, November the 2nd, I believe, or maybe the 3rd, for the retreat, we went through, we spent the day together and went through the proposed budget, and we got some feedback from the board. So a lot of those requests have been incorporated into that, and I'll go through that shortly. So in accordance with state law, the board is required to adopt an annual budget each year. When they adopt a budget, they adopt a total budget, which includes the general operating fund, special revenue funds, capital projects, debt service, internal service fund, and enterprise funds. Meredith actually gave you some of the same information that I had in my PowerPoint. I saw her PowerPoint and didn't even realize that we had the same information. But I wanted to give a little bit of background information on the trend in property tax values. This slide shows that from 2017 to 2022, each year, the percent increase that we've had in the values. And as you can see, in 2017, we had an increase of 9%. The increases were a little lower for the next 4 years until this year. We had a 14% increase in the digest. So that had generated some extra additional revenue for this year because the board decided not to roll back the millage rate. This next slide shows some of the same information with the property values, the net digest values. However, it also shows the millage rate that was assessed that same year. So as you can see, in 2017, the millage rate was 10.7680. It went down to 10.213 in 2018 and 19. The millage rate was raised in 2020 to 12.563, and it's remained there for 2021. And the board also approved that same millage rate for 2022's digest back in July. This slide just shows the history of our sales tax revenue from 2017 to present, where we're estimating a little bit less, but we've been a little conservative there, but we do anticipate it probably being at least the same amount as 2021, and then you see what we have proposed there for 2023. So on the property tax revenue for 2021, again, the net assessed value was 5.1 billion. This year was 6.6 billion. The millage rate, again, remained the same. We're showing our estimated tax collected. Actual last year was a little over 63 million, and for this year, for 2022, 75, and that's what we're using for our 2023 budget revenue projections as well. Some of the challenges that we had, Rosalind and I, when we were preparing this budget or developing this budget, we did have expenditures increase a total of $12.9 million. We had cost increases due to inflation, supply chain issues, which has led to an overall increase in cost of us providing services. So automobile parts for vehicle repair and maintenance, building supplies, large capital goods, general supplies, and fuel costs. We've all seen escalated costs in those at the county level, as well as most of us have in our personal as well. And then charges for services, we had some increases in inmate medical costs, inmate medical food service, and also I didn't put it on the PowerPoint, but some technology maintenance agreements, as well as the countywide radio operating system had some increases. This budget includes a 5% pay increase for all full-time employees. As you call, the board did give a 10% for public safety, and then 5% for this year for all other employees, and then for next year, 5% for all employees. We included, out of $24 million requested PATSIs, we have a total of, hold on, go back to my notes here. I want to say it's about $4 million total that we've included. However, $2.8 million of that, I believe, is in capital, And then the remaining of it is 1.8 is in mostly general for the operations side. So of that, we are only using, we're going to make the positions that are in this budget, that are patches that were approved, that are recommended rather in this budget, new positions effective date of July 1 of 2023, so half of the year. Because once we got the budget together, we did have a deficit of about $1.3 million. So to make that up, we said we would fund these positions for half a year. And in addition to that, we would delay start date of vacant positions for 90 days for departments only. This does not include any elected officials, constitutional officers, or public safety positions. Those positions will be fully funded. Do we have positions again for communications, finance, human resources, juvenile public defender, magistrate court, the mailroom, public defender's office, purchasing, senior center, solicitor, state court, and superior court. And again, these positions will have an effective date of July 1. The PowerPoint says 6/1, but it should have been July 1. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. Some of the items, other items included in this budget is additional funding for the sheriff's office for the inmate medical contract increases, as well as the inmate food service contract. The actuary recommended contribution for the retirement fund, additional funding for EMS, also some additional funding for outside agencies, Boys and Girls Club, DFACS, the Share House Community Service Board, beautification, additional funding for increased mowing, and then again, as I mentioned earlier, technology maintenance, and then the countywide radio system. This slide, I'm not going to go through all of this, but I just wanted to have it available. It shows the positions or the items from the PATSIs that were included in this budget. I named the departments that we were included in that, but this slide here shows the actual details of those. And this one does as well for some of the other departments in there. During the budget retreat, as I stated earlier, there were some requests that the board had made. So this slide shows the changes that were made during the retreat and some that have been made after the retreat as well. So as you can see, the solicitors, the full-time staff for the traffic unit is in there. There was a request to add an internal auditor. That's been added. The case manager for the Superior Court judges, reinstated position for election. The legal department funding increase. We had to add some additional funding. It was in one place, but we had to move it for one of the commissioner's salaries. The operating expenses for the commissioners, the juvenile public defender, some
Wait.
additional funding there.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Let's go back, because you just kind of skipped over that.
I'm sorry, okay.
So you got a request, because this is not something I did not notice, and I just brought it to Madam Chair's attention, she didn't know it either, that Commissioner Guider's salary and benefit will go to $44,210, and then the District 4-8 salary and benefits will go to $80,586. Where did you get those numbers
So,
from?
Rosalind, those were not, if I'm not mistaken, when Rosalind had put everything together, those, we had, they were not included in the original number at the board meeting. We, I think Vice Chair Robinson asked us to make sure that we included her aide's salary in there because currently it's not in that, in the budget. So we had to add that to the budget.
So she's getting $44,000, because the rest of the commissioners up here, we only make $21,000.
That's salaries and benefits combined. That's for everything. So
her total office will be $124,796.
yes, ma'am, for salaries and benefits. And I don't have it with me, but I can get, if you would like, I can get you that information for all. But I believe all of each commissioner's salary and benefits budget is around that same amount.
It's not, because our aides only make $50,000, I believe it is.
56.
But that's just the salary. Once you add the benefits to it, it takes it up to that amount.
It takes it up to that
Yes,
amount.
ma'am. And we can show you the backup to that.
Got you.
Well, I'll
I
be
just
happy to
wanted
get
to
that
make
for you.
sure she wasn't giving herself a raise and the rest of us
No,
didn't get a
ma'am.
I
raise.
didn't ask for this.
No, ma'am. We just wanted to make sure it was included in the budget, because it wasn't included in the original numbers.
So she opted
presented
not
at
to
the
take
retreat.
it, and so you all have spoken to the District 4 Commissioner, so he's opting to take it.
Well, we put it in there so they would
It
have
would
that
be
option of having that, so they could have the same, everyone would have the same opportunity to have an aide if they wanted to. So if he
Gotcha.
did want it, the money is there, and we don't have to come back after January 1, when he takes off, to say, oh, we need to find money to have him an aide.
Got you. He would just only need to present a contract before the board
Yes,
as
ma'am.
to if he decides who it would be, and then the board would
Yes.
vote on his appointee if we so choose. Okay,
Yes,
got
ma'am.
you. Thank you.
You're welcome, not a problem. Again, we had additional funding added for DOT, for litter pickup, and then for overtime for the staff for litter pickup. Some additional funding for CSB, as we discussed at the board meeting, we added that. The activity center salary budget was not included, so we added that in there. However, some of that is offset. I don't know if you recall, we discussed the lifeguards in the large amount, the large figure that was there. So we were able to reduce that by $607,000. So that offset that. And then we moved grant funding employees. They were still included. They hadn't completely been removed from general fund. So that was $2.3 million, a reduction out of general fund that has been moved to the appropriate grants. Yes. We adjusted startup costs for the purchasing contracts manager. We had a little more money in there than we should have. And then the other three items were, the last four items were additional funding for the Boys and Girls Club. We increased that from $12,428 to $15,000. Additional money for DFACS, increased theirs to $70,000. We made a correction to the appraiser salary, some positions that were in there that would give them an appraiser 2 and 3, I believe. So that, for their salaries, and then additional funding for the share house in the amount of $10,000. Yes, ma'am.
So I spoke with the appraiser and Mr. Balfour, I don't know if he's here, and he is actually asking for an appraiser 3. They need someone who they can actually allow to sit there in that position. So I don't know if you had a chance to talk to him. So we need to make sure we capture that, because we don't want to be dinged on the other side of that.
And Commissioner, we did, and I misspoke, it is a 3. I can't
Okay.
remember, it's 2 and 3, or it's a 3 and a 4. It was one of, I knew it was
So
one of the
he
higher
needs
numbers,
3
so
or
we
4.
did capture that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, because
All
we
right.
do want our digest
Yes, we
certified
do.
next year, so we can get our money. So those are the things that have been added or taken away since the retreat. So I wanted to make sure I shared that with you all in the public as well. So this slide here shows our recurring revenues, and we talked about this yesterday, so we broke it out. So our recurring revenues is $121.9 million. The proposed revenue for 2023 budget year is in compliance with our current county's fiscal policy, controls policy, which states that anticipation of revenue shall not exceed 100% of the normal recurring revenue collected during the previous fiscal year. So we used what we're anticipating collecting at the tax dollars based on the digest approved, or the millage rate approved and the digest that was certified. So we get $121.9 million in revenue. So we have our recurring revenue include our property taxes, our local option sales tax, our TAVT, some other taxes, charges for services, courts and law enforcement, and a small amount of miscellaneous money that we, revenue that we get on a recurring basis. We also transferred in from ARPA $2.9 million, or almost $3 million. That's to cover the 5% increase for the employees. So our total revenue with total recurring and transferring in is $124.9 million. On the expenditure side, we have total expenditures of the same, so we do have a balanced budget. And as you see, 55% of the $124.9 million, or $50 million of it, is in salaries. Then you see 8.7 in insurance, and then we have the retirement at 4.7. Of course, the FICA, which we have to pay, is $3.5 million. Workers' comp at almost 1.2. A small debt service of $630,000, and then other operating expenditures of $47.8 million. And then transfer outs to our fire and EMS fund of $7.9 million. That is what makes up our total expenditures. And The percentages that go along with those is the operating expenses are 38% of that total, and 6% of it is going to the transfers out to that particular fund. And as I stated yesterday, the majority of our expenditures by category are in the area of salaries and benefits at 55%. This shows our expenditures by the different types. So we have a general government, judicial, public safety, public works, health and welfare, parks and recreation, planning and community, and then our transfers out. Again, the same percentage breakout for the salaries and operating expenses. However, on the, as you can see, the majority of our budget is going to public safety, and that's right at 33% of our budget is going to public safety, with the next largest area in general government at $34.2 million. That's a little over 27% of the budget. And then judicial is the next largest area at $19 million, and that's about 15.24% of our budget. Public works is 7.17, parks and rec the same 7.17, 3% to health and welfare, 0.6%. Less than 1% is going to planning and community, then 6.39% is transfers out to our fire and EMS fund. The next slide is I want to talk about our projected ending fund balance for 2022. As Meredith just told you, beginning unassigned fund balance is $41.6 million. We are anticipating $117 million in revenue, and again, that's a conservative number. Expenditures, $115 million, which is about 3% under the budget. So that would have us at $1.8 million of revenues in excess of, over our expenditures. So we're anticipating increasing the fund balance by that amount, and our ending fund balance would be $43,487,000. Again, this is a projected number. And yes, you do a fund balance minimum of 15% of our expenditures. If the policy that we have on the agenda later today, right now, I think is at 25% of our unassigned is for capital outlay, capital projects or capital outlay. If this policy that we have in place passes, it'll go up to 30%, with 10% going for matching funds for capital project grants, parks and rec equipment replacement, and I can't think of what, there was one more item in there, and then 20% for the capital projects or capital outlay. So that would be about $7.8 million for that. And I want to say about $2-something of it would be for the matching grant part of it. So that will leave us with an unrestricted fund balance of 35.7, which is 31% of the total expenditures, which is above our 15% minimum. And that's that's our projection for this December 31st, 2022. For 2023, we did a projection using our recurring revenues, not transfers in. So we, again, as we stated earlier, $124.9 million as our total revenues. And our expenditures are the same amount, so we don't anticipate using any fund balance to balance our budget for next year, for 2023. So our unassigned fund balance, as of right now, will remain the same. However, our estimated unrestricted will go down to 29%, because the 30% of that higher number would be was a little less 7.5 for the reserves of capital outlay and our capital grants match. But however, we're still above that 15% requirement. As I stated earlier, when adopting the budget, we have to adopt a total budget of all funds. So what I just went through was general fund. So I'm going to briefly go through the other funds that we have to be, that have to be approved by the board. We have our special revenue funds in the amount of $48.1 million. That includes our animal control services, district attorney, some grants from the DA's office. So special revenue funds, let me back up for a minute, are funds that we received that have some restrictions on how we use those funds. But the board will still need to approve the use of those funds. So we have the animal control, the district attorney's office has a grant, the date or drug abuse treatment and education, the E911 system, our fire protection and EMS, hotel motel tax, our law library, the neighborhood stabilization program, the sheriff's asset forfeiture funds, the sheriff inmate commissary, The sheriff has some other program grants that he receives, that they receive there in that office. Sidewalk, State Court Technology Fund, UNINC, Special Services District, and was our victim assistance. So those are the areas that we consider special revenue funds or grants that still have to be approved by the board. We also have our capital projects. We are anticipating $17 million for the 2023 proposed budget. Debt service, we have no debt in our budget as of now. Everything was paid off this year, earlier this year for 2022, so we don't anticipate any debt for next year unless, well, I do understand that we may be going to issue some debt for SPLOST, so if that's the case, it'll be amended in at that time if we issue any debt next year. The enterprise funds, we moved Connect Douglas from the general fund to its own enterprise funds because it does generate revenue and it should be self-supporting. However, it does receive some support or subsidizing from the general fund. So this is their budget for this year is 5.7, which is about 3.4 above what it was this year. And then the solid landfill solid waste is also included as an enterprise fund at $3.5 million. So the total enterprise fund is $9.3 million if we round up. Also, our internal service funds are being self-insured. That's where our medical self-insurance is. And then our workers' compensation. It's going up about $600,000 from our current year's budget to 17.7 to 17.6 million. So our budget summary, all funds, again, general fund proposed is 124.9 million. It's an increase of 12.9 million. And then our special revenue fund is 48.1. It's an increase of 8.3 million. And again, this includes the majority of our grants that we have disaggregated them from the general fund. Capital projects funds, $17 million. Debt service, no amount budgeted as of now. Our total enterprise funds, $9.3 million. Total internal service funds is $17.8. And so total all funds that we're asking the board to approve would be $217.1 million. It's about $8.2 million above our total budget for this current year. Today is our public hearing. The next item of business for the board would be to adopt the budget that's scheduled at the meeting being held on December 13th. And then on January 1, the budget for fiscal year 2023 will begin. So that's all I have. So Madam Chair, I yield back to you for any comments or questions.
All right, thank you so much, Madam CFO. Certainly, Board of Commissioners, at your pleasure, I will open this public hearing to the citizens of Douglas County. Do we have anyone here that would like to speak on behalf of the information that was just provided to you regarding the 2023 budget? Okay. Would you come on up? And then, Commissioner Baker, you're next. Provide us with your name and your address, please.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Bobby Fryer. I am the POLMARC, or president, of the Carrollton-Douglasville Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm here to appeal on behalf of my chapter this morning. First, I want to acknowledge who I am. Again, Bobby Fryer, Carrollton-Douglasville Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, P.O. Box 6832, Douglasville, Georgia 30154. Briefly, who we are. This chapter was established in 2005. I was one of 10 other brothers, a total of 11, that helped charter this chapter in the Douglas and Carroll County areas. We are the current chapter of the year. We've received that award from our fraternity. This is the 6th time. So we are the reigning chapter of the year. We've gone even further. We are the 2-time international chapter of the year for our efforts. What we've done in this county in particular, we have touched and impacted all 4 districts, all 4 of your respective districts. I'll briefly lay out some of the things we've done. Many of these projects have been funded by our Community Diamonds Foundation. But as each of you know, when you have a foundation, the funds are not just to sit there. They're to be churned and to constantly churned to do different things. So one of the major things that we've done, 2 of them in particular, of probably the most importance are scholarships and student mentorship. So this past year, we've given away approximately $10,000 in scholarships to our Kappa League students, seniors that have gone on to college, but we're constantly looking to do more. We have a Kappa League Guide Right committee that we mentioned to you earlier, where we do student mentorship with students from middle school through high school. Our Guide Right projects have numerous community service projects that are funded through that, things such as food drives. We've done battered women's shelters, Adopt a Road, where I'm proud to say the City of Douglasville Mayor Robinson has participated in numerous Adopt a Road events with us. Senior Center supplies, we supply right here at Woody Fight, as well as the Lithia Springs Senior Center, their day room. We participate in vaccination clinics. 2 of our adopted schools are Annette Wynn Elementary School and Stewart Middle School. We do gifts for needy families for Thanksgiving and Christmas. We participate in Real Men Read. Those are just a few of the items that we've been doing for 17 years. And as I mentioned to you earlier about us being recognized by our respective fraternity for the work that we've done, we want to do more. Our future initiatives cover men, women, children, from the young to the elderly, mental health, battered women, scholarships, as well as our veterans. We have a veterans committee also within our chapter that we take very seriously as well. So my appeal to you in regards to a letter that we also submitted to you this month for 2022 funds, and we hope that you would consider us for 2023 within your budget, approximately $45,000. Again, I come on behalf of the Carrollton Douglasville Alumni Chapter, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. I thank you for listening to me this morning. I have Brother Don Rich Young here with me as well. I don't know if it's appropriate, but is to ask if he may be recognized, if he has something he wants to add to what I've already said. Brother Young, is there anything you want to add?
Okay.
Madam Chairman, is it okay?
Yes, if he just, yes, you can come
Thank
forth and just give us your name and your address, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all commissioners and board members. My name is Dr. Don Rich Young. I am a resident now of Douglas County, and I reside at 7270 Riverwalk Drive. I moved here from Cobb County during the pandemic and had been in this chapter for 10 years, and I did not realize the impact of what we were doing until I was boots on the ground living here, because I saw the impact at a different level and in a different way. The Bible speaks of sowing seed in good ground. Carrollton Douglasville Alumni Chapter is doing phenomenal work with young people in this county. I heard Commissioner Robinson speak to education and what we're doing with our young people. And a quick story just to bring what we're doing full circle. We had a young man in our Kappa League program 8 to 10 years ago who was a Douglas County High School student. He came through our program at Kappa League, got a scholarship, went to Georgia Southern, finished his degree. He's now a member of our chapter, a coach at the high school, and he's giving back in this community in which he was raised. It has come full circle. We're teaching young men that iron sharpens iron in terms of that thing we do with that mentoring program. So I think that we get to do that a little more and at a higher level with more gravitas, and we get to put our imprint on the county at a more significant level with this funding. So I would strongly encourage you to consider it, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much for your contributions to the community. And I like that quote, iron sharpens iron, I like that.
Amen.
Okay, so are you finished?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Okay, you're welcome. Anyone else here to speak?
Tax Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tax Commissioner? Oh, you changed your...
Rather than I did modern communication and text, I got my answer.
Very good, very good. Anyone else here? Any other citizens here to speak on behalf? Anyone here to speak in opposition of the 2023 budget? Ms. Batchel, come on down. And give us your name again. You state your name and your address. And you know what? I didn't put a time limit on our speakers from Kappa Alpha side. My brother's a Kappa. I'm not going to put a time limit on you. I apologize because I didn't rein them in. So you have the floor, Ms. Batchel.
Sharon Bachtel, District 3. I'll make this short. According to the information put on the agenda by Ms. Blivens, The county will be bringing in almost $13 million more than anticipated. Why did this commission raise our millage rate 5% if they already bringing in more funds than needed? In 2021, thanks to the 27% increase, the county had an extra $33 million. Why do we keep raising taxes if you already have more than enough money? $13 million is more money than was needed for the public safety salary fund. Over these past years, I've seen budgets doubled and tripled. Our population has only grown 10%. Why do we need so much more for only 10% growth? Why does it take twice as many people to do the same jobs? I would like an explanation on why the commissioners need an increase in their budgets this year. They took an extra $50,000 last year for expenses. I think, except for the sheriff's department, the fire department, and transportation, all other budgets should be cut so we can lower taxes and give the citizens a break from this high inflation and hard times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Batchel. Anyone else here to speak in opposition of the 2023 budget? Being none, the public hearing is now closed. Okay. Lisa, that's it. I don't have to.
Yes, ma'am, we don't vote.
This was just merely a presentation, so we won't, the board will not be voting on this today. We were here just to listen to your concerns, and then, of course, we're processing the information, and then we will take a vote at our next, at our upcoming meeting on the 12th.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Certainly,
And
this,
can
I'll
we
open up
have
the floor for,
comments?
yeah,
Okay.
for Board of Commissioners to have comment. Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Bivens, I asked you at the work session, I guess, had you heard from the sheriff's office? I do know that they had a BIR in their budget that they submitted to y'all that was cut. And it was the extra 5% for, across the board for the sheriff's office. Now, I know that they got 10% from the ARPA funds this year, and we'll get 5% next year. The other employees of the county got 5% this year, and we'll get 5% next year. There's just a difference of 5% for public safety to admin. So I would like to know why it was cut for their extra 5%, because we are in competition with all the surrounding counties. We're 40-some-odd deputies short because of the competition, and plus the vilified public opinion out there. Do not be, don't be a deputy, don't be a fireman, It just seems like the good guys have become the bad guys, especially in the press and with certain people. So, but nobody wants to live in a society without law and order. I guarantee you, nobody, when it comes down to it, unless they've got their own private bodyguards and walls around their houses. But I would like to know why it was cut and how much of an impact it would have on this budget if it was put back in.
Okay, Commissioner Gott, I'll be happy to address that. The total cost of that, I believe, was around $1.4 million. And the reason why it wasn't included is because we simply didn't have the capacity financially to include that, because that would be a recurring recurring expenditure that we would have to make sure we have funding for, not just for 2023, but moving forward as well. And we're also looking at having to absorb the cost of the 10% that they've already received, plus the 5% that they're going to be getting on January 1, and then the 5% that we've already given our all other employees, and the 5% that they'll be getting for next year. So I think Vice Chair Robinson has spoke about this financial modeling, because we need to figure out how and if we're going to be able to absorb the dollars that we have out there already that we've approved, and we just don't have the funding capacity. Right now, we have a balanced budget. If we would have to make a reduction somewhere else. Because I certainly wouldn't recommend using fund balance to pay that because it is a recurring cost, and we would still have to find an additional $1.3 million on top of the, how much is it for the general fund total? Over for the whole, about $6 or $7 million? $6 or $7 million that we're gonna have to find already, so that would compound that to an even higher amount that we would need to make up in future years. So it simply came down to funding capacity right now.
Well, we have a fund balance according to these figures, and this is preliminary because we still have not settled, some negotiations going on with the cities. And we expect additional, because I guess you based it on last year's figures.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We are in negotiation, or mediation, I guess you'd say. Now, Rosalind could answer this question better than you because you were not here. I remember Mr. Corbin, our financial advisor, had a scale of where our fund balance should be by year so-and-so. Where was it supposed to be here this year? 15%?
It's supposed to be 15% of the expenditures for this year.
Okay, but we've got 35 million. We made 8 million by not rolling back the millage rate. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
I think it was 8. So we did have some money available. We're certainly above the threshold of the 15%. What is the 15%? What would it have been? Now, this is coming from our financial advisor that we pay to do actuarial things.
The 15% of the current expenditures is about $17 million.
Okay, so we got double that in our fund balance. So we do have some money to play with. We say we don't want to touch the fund balance. Well, what is the fund balance for but service to the people? And what's more important to the people but law and order? So have you talked with the sheriff since this budget was presented to us?
No, ma'am, I've not spoken with the sheriff. The sheriff also has not reached out to me, as I stated to you. I believe it was yesterday or maybe one day last week when we spoke. However, I want to go back to your comment about using fund balance. Again, we will do whatever the will of the board is. However, from a fiduciary standpoint, and from a fiscal responsible standpoint, as a CFO, I cannot recommend using fund balance for recurring expenditures. Because what happens is the board, at some point in time, I think somebody used the term, we're writing a check that we're going to have to cash and pay for in future years. So if we use fund balance for a recurring expenditure, that's going to increase what we have to make up for next year, for the following year, in 2024. So we're going to have to find an additional $1.3 million to fund, with funds to fund that additional $1.3 million, because you don't want to use fund balance every year. Consider your fund balance as a savings account to use for one-time expenses, capital outlay, or some other extraordinary items that may come up, but never use it for recurring expenditures.
With the $8 million increase in the tax revenues, a lot of that went into the fund balance.
Well,
those are taxes that we are bringing in to provide services to the people.
So that $8 million is coming in for this year, as I showed on hold on, let me go back to. So that would impact our fund balance for this year. So if you that money, you would take it out, you would be using it for recurring expenses because that increases for in this year's revenue. Next year, we're including that in our revenue amount for next year to fund all the requests that we had, which I mentioned earlier. We have had some significant cost increase due to inflation, just like the constituents that we serve. It's costing the county more to provide those same services, whether it's through personnel, because we've given all the pay raises, through increased costs for the goods and services that we have to get to provide services for the county.
I understand the pay raises, it was done through the ARPA funds, but the public service only ends up within a two-year period of an additional 5% in salary increase. Now, when we have people that are doing clerical work and things like that, and they got only 5% less than the public service. Now, I'm not criticizing the people that work hard in this office, in this county, and in this courthouse and everything. Everybody's job is important and unique, but I assure you, not everybody's going to strap on a gun and put their life on the line. And if we do not have law and order, if we cannot fill 40 vacancies in the sheriff's office because of the other counties around us is making a lot more. They can go there and make a lot more. I know we can't be as good as Cobb County or Fulton County, but I don't know, they may want to come out here because of what's happening in their counties. We don't want to lose our safety. It's very, very important. I pray that you will talk with the sheriff and see what can be done, because I truly feel like they should have gotten at least a 10% increase over the other departments because of their job, just because of their job. And every day we're seeing where deputies are being shot. Every day. And so the courts can't do their job if the sheriff doesn't do his job. And it's just, we've got to do something to fill those vacancies. And if it's got to start here, we do have money. We do have a fund balance. What's a fund balance for? It's for to provide services that are needed that maybe we weren't expecting or something. We've got a good cushion with $35 million. And I would say next year they're not going to roll the millage back. I'm not going to be here, but next year they're not going to roll that millage back again. So that's going to be another $8 to $9 million. So there's some padding there. I wish you'd reconsider it. I wish the board would reconsider it. I wish you would reach out and talk with the sheriff. I hope the sheriff reaches out to y'all, because this is very important for every citizen. Every citizen in the county depends on our law enforcement. Not everybody has to buy a permit. Not everybody has to do this. Not everybody has to do, but everybody depends on safety. And so I just ask that we look into doing something, maybe not the full 5%, but doing something for the sheriff's department. Thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Any other comments, board? Okay. Vice Chair, you have the floor. Vice Chair.
Appreciate it. No, thank you. And again, we're not making a decision. I'm going to reflect on what really I heard. For those who don't know, there has been a reconciliation since our last retreat, and so I just had to listen to see what finally came out. Again, do y'all know what we really do as commissioners? The decisions we have to make, you can't fear them. You have to be, I know everybody want to be in office. You got to know what it means to sit here in the seat and make these decisions on 100,000 people. 146 to be exact. And we get it. You know, I mean, I've watched this thing over time. I've seen 14 cycles. No one can deal me my hand on how this thing moves. Nobody can deal me a voice on priorities. I mean, I'm going to move beyond. I'm going to address public safety. I'm all for public safety. I do put my money where my mouth is. I push for that capital to make sure, right. SPLOST pass, make sure he gets his cars, gets his vehicles. But that's all public safety, not just the sheriff. See that? It's all public safety. They all get what they need. The coroner, the code enforcement, to EMS, E911, fire, all of them. Not in isolation. We're not going to discriminate within public safety. All right? All right? All right. So my point is, I get it. There's only so much that can go around. And I hear the argument, and I just sit here, and I got to say it as well for the record. Like, what were y'all doing for 14 years? Then all of a sudden, I got to make up a balloon overnight. Well, you created an atmosphere with all these gun permits. See, well, I can play the state and the federal narrative all day long. I turn this thing really up. Really? You create the atmosphere, didn't want to sit there and play the fear game? It's so disingenuous, like, wow. We're sitting up here, we're doing the best we can. We're sitting up here like, oh, we got y'all, but don't make me feel like I got to feel guilty about this, about my choice. That I cannot accept. The board will take its position on all matters across the board. It's not this or that. Like, my thing, everybody get a plate. Thanksgiving, everybody got a plate. I got fed 2 or 3 times. Everybody get a plate. All right? I mean, I've watched how we would just fund certain areas and deprive everybody else. I despise that type of application of appropriation. I watched it. How you treated your own. And all of a sudden, we pop it up now, like, oh no. Everybody get a little plate. It's inclusive, not exclusive. Now we finally, people are finally getting opportunities, equal access, equal opportunity. But appropriations is tough. Everybody ain't gonna get everything they want. Y'all know how this works. Everybody can't get everything they want. It was a $20 million ask above what we had. $20 million. And so, see, you're not telling the full story. Thank you, staff. Thank you for standing strong. We said, take a position. And that's what it is. The ask of all my fellow elected officials was $20 million above what we had. They had to cut $19 million to fit in our 1 penny, our 1%. I don't feel bad about that because I get the sheriff, I get the judges, I get everybody else. 20 million asked this year above and beyond what they had to work with because everything else was already baked in. Did you see the numbers? 55 and 45. 54, 44 and 55. That means, that was what, 99%. It means you had 1%. Did y'all follow the math? It's already locked up. I said that 2 weeks ago. This is going to be an easy vote because it's already locked up. We did the best we could by way of your staff. Guys, we did care. And we pushed it. You know, again, we pushed it, that we heard the cry, and we gave the 10% and the 5, and then again another 5. But that was serious. As my son would say, that was gangster, Dad. No, we took care of the people. I mean, that was, look, now we got to figure out how to swallow this big old turkey we put in our mouth. Back to thank you for acknowledging my forecasting, I'm sure. Right. But we're sitting on cash, but you can't on one hand say, okay, it's okay, but then now you go, now look, you want to go to Wall Street. And if you burn through your cash, now you got to go on a tan. Because now you got to float your operation. So you got to know how all this fits together. Now I get these one-off decisions and stuff, but that's just like we did. We up there and took $5 million and built that animal shelter cash. There is a strategic use, but you're going to take $5 million in cash, or you took $9.8 million for the jail land out of the budget, out of reoccurring. I mean, look at the historical decision making. Like, I don't know if I would do it that way, as Commissioner Mitchell would say. I wouldn't do it that way. Right? So, all right, I'm gonna let that go. We'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks. You're gonna have to come holler at me. But I'm thinking about everybody else that has a need. The directors, you guys have needs, staffing. There's some things that need to be taken care of. So I saw everything I needed to see. I mean, again, it's not much to, it's like, well, whatever you got in, you fit in, you fit in. Now keep it moving, go into the next cycle. We got a SPOS that we got to deal with and stuff, so that's where the real work's going to get done. But your annual budget is pretty much, guys, we put more, look at what we did. We took care of the people. People who have been deprived, like, yes, I heard the cries. So here we are a year later, down the throat yet, but we ain't quite got into the stomach yet. How are we going to swallow this that we already put on the books? Take your time so you can spread it out over time. It's the ebb and flow. It ain't got to be this balloon overnight to make up all the times that you were not given raises over time that you could have, you just chose to. And I heard the comment about work and stuff like, no, you didn't. Don't get me wrong. Double the staff. No, you got to do some work. Look at the roads. We're like, no, we're doing real work. The fruit speaks for itself. The roads, like, really, yeah, the trucks cost more. $1.5 million truck costs the same thing in Cobb as it is over here. Right, I get it. We're all about public safety, but that narrative, it cringes because some of it is so, it's from a deep place. It's a dark space. I'm in the room. I know the narrative. And I just like, ooh, that's why I'm getting out like, nah, y'all, this is insanity. The language that we use against each other and how we frame, it shouldn't take that. It's like, no, I ain't going no 30 years with this. Like, I can't become that. I'm going to say it like I got to say it. I'll take my position. I respect my board, and we keep it moving. All right, Madam Chair, with that being said, I ain't got nothing else to say. We ain't making a decision, so I'm cool.
Right.
I'm going to yield the floor in case somebody else wants to speak. Keep moving. Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Carthen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bivens, there was a comment made by a citizen that the Board of Commissioners raised taxes in order to gain the money that we gained. Can you help us with that narrative so that the public who is watching would actually understand and so they have facts versus opinions?
Yes, Commissioner Carthen, I will try. I'll make an attempt to answer that.
Thank you.
To provide a narrative. So the tax assessor assesses properties every year, and the values increase or decrease. So this year, as I stated in the presentation, we had a 14% increase in property values. The board decided not to roll back the millage rate when we were what they consider revenue neutral. They decided to maintain the same millage rate, and that generated additional property taxes. They didn't increase the millage rate to increase taxes. They just didn't go with the rollback rate. The increase in taxes is due to the increase in the assessed property values, not because the board took an action to change the millage rate to increase the taxes. Is that?
I am hopeful because I keep hearing that narrative, and I know I have had a town hall to ensure that the citizens are aware of how they assess their properties, how they can appeal their properties if they're not satisfied with the values, all of that. So I just want to keep reiterating how this goes so that people understand government and they don't misspeak. Sometimes it's intentional, but for the most part, I would like to think that maybe it's just because we haven't done enough to educate our constituents and the public in regards to how government actually works. So with that, though, great budget presentation. Thank you so much. Any questions I have, you know I will be calling.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson.
Is Madam AC out there? Madam ACA?
She is.
All right, of course she's there. Madam AC, I just want to talk about, again, let's change the subject and stuff, because again, I appreciate the work that's being done. I mean, we don't want to really grow government. There are partners out there that I believe, and this is something I campaign on, obviously was important about, community engagement, community partners, like partners in education and school board. There are partners that are out there. Say, can you talk to us about this budget and the whole community strategy, the outreach that you're proposing, Madam ACA?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. So in our attempt to provide additional funding for community and for our citizens, we started our community grant program with an initial implementation this year. And so we're looking to expand that community grant program to offer it to more organizations within our county. And so I believe, and I'll have to get the amount, that we're setting aside a certain amount of funding that organizations can apply for, that we can provide, funds to these organizations that provide services in our community and help them with their funding.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm just going to piggyback and be consistent. We're at a board commissioner retreat, and we were talking about nonprofits. And there's certain nonprofits that are like, they're sort of like baked into the budget, like they're entitled. And so the board had a very good debate, like, we need to break this up or put some rules around this thing. I mean, you literally got like 3 or 4, 5, 6 nonprofits that have been there since like forever, as if they're part of us. And so the point is like, no, we got to do better than this. All this exclusionary things that have been sitting here forever. Let's break this thing up and let's make it more inclusive. Let's diversify, right? Let's have more equitable. Not just one firm that is providing services in this one area. There's other good people, as you say, out there, good firms, good nonprofits that would love to partner and get a reputable client in Douglas County. Absolutely. So, but again, we don't have to grow government. They're very good at what they do, whether it's mental health, community engagements, like, these organizations that was here today. Right, and we can partner that small grant. So you have a process in which you could facilitate this. I know we did that for community stability and things about rental assistance and assortment of other things, but talk to me about that. Is that, go ahead.
So in the initial implementation, we did have an application where the organizations had to provide their financial information for the board,
Yep.
what services they would be providing to the community, and that information had to come before the board and had to be approved. We are recommending to stay with that same approach. I will be working with Jill Hobson, our grants manager, to come up with a better infrastructure for the program, and we will be rolling it out once the board approves the funding. We will be rolling it out, and we want to be able to provide quarterly reports to the board, things of that nature that we weren't able to do this year because we had to get our infrastructure in place. But we're working through our grants management office to get that done.
That's good enough. Again, this is, I don't want to be distracted. And when I think about, like our museum, like our Chamber of Commerce, like our cultural arts, I mean, there's other parts of this conversation that we need to give consideration to as a board. How are we going to do all this? And you got organizations, like you said, like Share House. And I'm thinking about, what about this PRC Medical I just saw on TV? And what about, like, I'm not, see, Douglas is bigger than perhaps how some people have just grown up in their bubble. And there's other organizations, people that have coexisted that have been here just as long as me. And so, yes, it's our job to make sure we acknowledge, make sure water's over there on that side of the garden as well. Make sure the sprinkler goes all the way across, not just in here creating this swamp, but the same old, same old. It's the same old, same old. So the point is, let's create an opportunity, an atmosphere of equal opportunity, equal access, equal treatment, and give people at least consideration. It doesn't guarantee anything. We're not entitling. But sometimes we're sitting here like she said, it's sacred that, I heard that word sacred as if these firms that are currently on the docket are so entitled and so that we got to keep funding. No, we don't. If it's the board's will to change things up, right? Let's put some formality around rules. I'm saying you got these rules, like, okay, now how does this work? Now, if you allow it as a board, that's fine. I will respect my peers, but we're not going to not have this conversation. Because then by default, you're excluding other people. Your own mindset has you in bondage that you can't even see everybody else. That this is the way it has to be. This is the only way it should be. And that I cannot accept. I represent all the people in my district. I got to weigh in, right? But I'm not going to, just because this group has been here forever, we don't know you. Well, they're saying they don't know you either. I got to look at both. Like, wait a minute, what is this conversation? I hate being in that room when I hear this. And you got people in this power structure that think, I'm going to maintain that. I'm like, oh, y'all got me twisted. I cannot do that. I can't be beholden to that. Because I see everybody else is equal. Well, what about them? We only talk like pennies and stuff, 1%. It's the mindset. This says that, are you awake to understand? I can't see, but I can see everything. That's my point. I'm free enough to say, oh, well, I'm not bound by maybe some things that got you, strongholds on you. Think about me. I ain't got that issue. So I get to be free in how I roll. I don't want to do it that way. I take my position how I want to. Oh, I want to have this conversation. How about that? It's something about being free. So anyway, thank you for addressing the community. Again, no decisions made. We won't try to get on through this. But the budget is important. This is our number one job as a Board of Commissioners, to set the budget. This is it right here. This is what y'all really pay us for, to appropriate. To appropriate the tax dollars. So again, I get it. The tax dollars are already in the coffers. Now we got to figure out, now who's going to get it? We thank you for the recommendation by staff, but our job is just to shape the edge. We're only shaping 1%, guys. That's it. 99% is already baked. Thank you for standing strong like your peer. I appreciate you guys, this new set of leaders, y'all. Take positions. Right. Fiscal. I love those words. Right. Stand strong. Like, dog, that's all we got right now. Now, if the board want to override it, we're right. You took your position. I love that. And this is what we got. So, Madam Chair, I just encourage, thank your staff for standing strong. And this is some good deck, but I need to go chew on it before I can make any decisions. So I yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Certainly, this was just a moment for a presentation of the budget, and then certainly a vote will come forth real soon. Certainly, I always think about the moment I arrived in office, and we had in our rainy day funds $11 million, and we thought we were big. But I don't know if Douglas County is ready to think big, because $41 million, that's still not enough, in my opinion, because you never know what's going to happen. We have a recession that's hovering, so we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. So I appreciate our CFO that's keeping the lid tight on our budget, because that's very important. It's never enough. For every yes, there's a no. Maybe the previous administration was comfortable living on the edge and robbing Peter to pay Paul, but not in this one. We're game changers. And I resent the fact that, there's not enough credit given to what we've done for the sheriff's office. When I walked in office, it was $34 million or $33 million. His budget was valued at that. Today, it's going into $41 million. And 2023, I believe that's what you shared with me on yesterday, CFO. So when I hit the doorstep in 2017, that budget was $33 million for our sheriff's office. Today, $41 million. 2020, we looked at the compression. They got a 10% increase last year, 5% going into this coming year. Before I came into office, they went probably about 10 years without an increase, and the highest that they could tout was a 7.5% increase. Enough is enough. And there seems like there's never enough, because everybody just keep pinching and begging. When I came into office, I said that I have the ability to manage turbulent budgets, and I'll live and die by that statement. And we will continue to have money in the bank, because you never know what's going to happen. 2020, the pandemic hit, and we were in trouble. We were on the wall, and we had to make some tough decisions, but those tough decisions were made during the recession as well. We had a 40% increase during the Great Recession, and I wasn't in office at that time. And that was during the Great Recession, so it was a 40% increase on our millage rate versus 27%. So I don't want us to miss the mark and forget what happened in 2012 and 13 in this county. You had a 40% increase, because if not, the place would have closed down. So 27%, it wasn't, I'm not favorable of that, but we had nowhere to go, because we only had $11 million in the bank. But you can bet your bottom dollar, as long as I'm sitting here, you'll never be broke again. And because that's just important to me. We need to have money so we can respond to disasters and anything that may be coming that we are just not aware of. The goal is to manage the unexpected, and that's all we can do. And this finance team, I take my hat off to you all. You have crunched numbers, you've moved the mark, you've done everything you could do to tighten this budget and to keep it tight. So I commend you for your presentation today. And the board, certainly we need to go in and go in a different mindset. We may have a couple of other things we request certainly so the board, I'm quite sure you'll hear from all of us again. But again, congratulations on what you've done, and we look forward to voting on this board in a couple of weeks, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to hearing from each of you. If you have any questions or need additional information, we'll be happy to sit with you and discuss.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move to our business items, and certainly we'll vote. There's tab number 8, approval of the amendment to the Procurement Policy and Procedures Manual as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. This item was tabled. Do we have a motion to untable, Board?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of tabling this item, please raise your right hand. We have a 4 unanimous vote to untable tab number 8, and the motion carries. So, our clerk, can we vote electronically, or you want us to? Okay. Board of Commissioners, tab number 8 is approval of the amendment to the Procurement Policy and Procedures Manual as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. Do we have a motion
So moved.
to approve?
Sorry, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Board, please prepare to cast your votes. We have a 4 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Board of Commissioners, tab number 9, approval of the CB-100 procurement P-card policy as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. Do we have a motion to untable?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please indicate by raising your right hand if you approve. We have a 4-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries to untable tab number 9. I will read it again and restate it. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve CB-100 procurement P-card policy as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your electronic votes. We have a 4-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Board, we're going to move on to tab number 10, approval of the CB-60 finance policy as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. Board, do we have a motion to untable this item?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please, if you're in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 4 unanimous vote to untable the item, and the item has been untabled. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve CB-60 finance policy as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. We have a 4 unanimous vote, and the motion carries, Board. So we're going to move on to tab number 11, approval of a policy regarding the engagement of counsel for Douglas County officials as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. This item was tabled on 11/15/2022. Do we have a motion to untable?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please indicate by raising your right hand to untable. We have a 4 unanimous vote to untable, and the motion carries. Board of Commissioners will pivot back to 11, approval of a policy regarding the engagement of counsel for Douglas County officials as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. Do we have a motion
So
to
moved.
approve? Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your electronic votes. There it is. Okay, thank you, clerk. We have a 4-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. Board, for our last business item, which is tab number 12, authorization to reconsider a professional services agreement with Brightwell Talent Solutions to conduct a search to identify a county administrator for Douglas County government for a retainer fee in the amount of $2,500 and 18% of the total base in salary, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. This was not untabled. Okay, so do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve or authorize. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Guider?
Yes, this was on the agenda at our last meeting, and it failed. There was one commissioner that was not present at the time. It is back on the agenda, and one of the commissioners that voted against it last time is not here today. Is that a coincidence? I do not see, I interviewed the 2 finalists out of 60 applicants, and I can tell you either one of them would be a great county administrator. I don't know what qualifications they're looking for. One of them had been a county commissioner, county administrator for several years. Both of them's from Florida. If there's a qualification they did not have, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I'm unaware of anything that they did not have. I chose one over the other. The chairman interviewed one of them. We spoke afterwards. We liked them. Don't know why this is back on the agenda and one of the commissioners is missing that voted against it last time. So, talk about shenanigans. You talk about shenanigans. I hope this has nothing to do with race or gender. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner.
Madam Chair.
I mean,
Madam Chair, may I?
yeah, you have the floor,
All
Vice
right,
Chairman.
Mike, just for educational record, there's a difference between legal and political. If you don't cast your vote, you have no voice. Now, yes, last time, I suggested we table it. That's my, because the sponsor of the legislation wasn't here. That's what you do. I can't, we talked about when I brought out Congressman Nikki Williams. It's not just being courageous to be in office. You got to be competent. I get the character game, but you got to know what you're doing. You got to have a consciousness. You got to be calculating what you do. And it's an insult that says, well, you bought time. Let her have a chance to weigh in. Likewise, we grown folks. Everybody up here, at least a couple, and y'all all got reelected. Very good. So we had this conversation. In other words, like, y'all know how this get done. You out the room, you knew what you were doing. If you don't want to be here, you don't want to weigh in on matters, you want to be convenient. I don't miss meetings. I vote. I ain't scared to take a position. I'm not convenient. So no, this has nothing to do with shenanigans. We grown. We big enough to know if this is important for you to be here when we're doing this major, and I want to thank all y'all for this legislation that we just passed. Thank you. That's how we get stuff done. Thank you, you new members to the process, County Attorney, CFO, Madam ACA, Director Carter. Yes, we rolled. That's how you get stuff done. You got to show up. You got to put something on the table. So we're putting stuff on the table. Move the agenda. Don't just react to what somebody else is doing. It's one thing to protest and complain. It's another to put something on the table. That's what this was about. So again, I'm not going to get into the why we're going to pick what we're going to pick. As far as candidates concerned, well, I don't have a position at this point. So we'll keep it moving there. They'll come forth with somebody that we eventually will get a county administrator. I mean, I need a couple more positions. I need a director of transportation that I need to solidify. I need an HR director. I mean, what? We got to stabilize. What did we just hear from our auditor? Y'all got some key roles. Y'all got to get some stability in now. But it's got to be the right fit. So with that being said, Madam Chair, I'm good, but I didn't want it to be marginalized while it's back on. But one more time, Madam Chair can put anything on the agenda she wants by her authority. Any two commissioners can put something on the agenda, right? So it failed. But she was here, she said, well, I joined her for reconsideration. Yes, that's how you get stuff done. Don't y'all know what politics is? Don't you watch the General Assembly? Don't you watch Congress? But to say like we're doing something wrong, learn the rules. We get a book, Madam Chair is giving us the latest edition, Parliament Robert's Rules of Order. Read the manual. Ain't no shenanigans. Reconsideration is one of the 7 things. Reconsider. It didn't work. Bring it back, but make sure when you put it on there, you got votes. So anyway, no, it wasn't no shenanigans and stuff. You just got to know how to apply the rules. That's the one thing that I've always been disappointed. Like, y'all don't play the game right. Y'all sort of amateur, man. Don't y'all read the book? We just now getting around to reconsidering. Y'all know how old parliamentary rules are? It's reconsider. You can bring it back. Read the manual. That's the insult. That's the competence test. It's insulting. And so if you step, you question, you challenge, all right, you got to be prepared for the response, the reciprocal. We're good. I'm sure I yield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Vice Chairman-elect Carthen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was the one who asked that this item be reconsidered because I was not here because I was having surgery. So I could not be here. However, to say, I just want to say, District 4 Commissioner, you are so out of line. No one up here sits and does things based on race. When you look out in this audience, who do you see? You see a sea full of different people. We are not that type of board, and I resent the fact that you continue to bring that up, and you know it, and you do it politically smirking and thinking that it's okay, but it's not okay, because each and every one of these people out here I have probably talked to, and I don't think any differently of them because they're not my color, or if they are my color. We are all people, and we deserve respect. So when you say stuff like that, you disrespect this board and you disrespect the people who sit here and help us to carry out the business of this county. It is wrong, and you are out of line. Secondly, the reason why this is back on here is not only because we need a county administrator. We were just told that we need to hire an HR director. We also have other positions. So this will not just talk about county administrator, but if our HR director, Ms. Carter, are you here? Can you come speak to this for us? Because this is how you carry out business. I'm here to do the business of the county. I'm missing money right now because my other business ain't being carried out for shenanigans like what you're talking about. No, this is business for me, and I only want it to stay there. Can you help?
Yes, good afternoon. I was able to confirm yesterday that the $2,500 retainer will allow us to recruit for other positions as well. So if we wanted to, once we have a vote and establish this relationship, we could post for other executive or leadership positions if we wanted. And once we choose one, the $2,500 will be applied towards the 18% for that first position. But it's not just limited to only one position, although that was what we initially sought when we contacted this organization.
Thank you for that clarity. And with that, Madam Chair, you.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, and I know it's, and I
Madam
have to.
Chair, may I ask?
Okay, you may, Commissioner Guider.
Tisha, so how much is it going to cost the county to hire somebody to go out again? If we're in a hurry, why are we going out again? We had 60 applicants, narrowed it down to 2 very qualified people. So I don't understand why we're going out again, but what if, since I'm sure they're going to pass it, how much is it going to cost the county?
We pay 18% of the salary of the person that we hire.
Okay,
If we
rough
don't,
estimate.
if we don't, about 30,000. If it's 160 to 200,000, which is what we have the county administrator posted as. If we don't hire from the agency, then we don't owe them for that position. So if we do fill the county administrator position without someone that they introduced us to, then we don't owe them anything for that position. So we can still recruit, we can still do all of our efforts. We actually could still hire one of the 2 candidates if the board chose to do that. This would allow us to make an educated decision with more applicants. We just don't want to make a decision without being able to see, it's my understanding that we don't want to make a decision without being able to see all of the candidates that we possibly could.
But you had 60 applicants, narrowed down to 2 very qualified people. So I would like to know, what they didn't qualify, how they did not qualify. I don't know if we can get into that in a public meeting, but they were very qualified. I've hired a lot of people as my role as tax commissioner and for 28 years. I never had problems with the applicants that applied for the job. I looked at their ability, their history, their character. I saw all good points for these 2 candidates. And I don't know why we're still looking. If we're in such a hurry to hire because of the audit. Seems counteractive, so anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're back? Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I believe I just had one question for you. Our Director of Human Resources. Certainly, I know you always chase best practice, and that's a practice that you've utilized at your other organizations when we both had a conversation when you first took the position, accepted the position as our Director of Human Resources. Tisha, thank you so much. But we don't want to just stay within the box. We want to think outside the box, and not saying that the other 2 applicants are not qualified. Certainly, we're not saying that by no means. But you want a larger footprint, cast a wider net so you can make sure that you've exhausted all measures. And you said we may not even utilize this company. But that gives you an ability to. It's another recruiting tool. It's another tool in the toolbox that other industries throughout the nation, including your former employer, used. And you shared this company with us, and you said you've had great success with this company. And you said, and you highly recommended it. And when our directors bring things to my attention, I depend on their expertise because they have more experience than I do, particularly in that human resources area. That's not my wheelhouse. So we're trying to pull together a formula that will allow us to pull in a county administrator, and we have a couple other vacancies in our director pool. And you shared this with me, and I try not to go against the grain of their recommendations because they have the experience. So that's my reason for just staying with this. I know it was advertised in the paper last time that I voted for it, and I will continue to vote for it because I want us to think outside the box. Douglas County, we just stay right there, just so linear, we've never done it this way. Let's do it differently and just see what happens, and then see what we may not even spend that money. We may not even spend $30,000, but at least we have a tool in our toolbox. So thank you for what you do. Tisha Carter, amazing. Thank you. All right, Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and a second on the floor. We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. We have a 3-1 vote, and the motion carries. All right, Board of Commissioners, we move into our consent agenda, but Commissioner Carthen, I believe you wanted to.
Yes. Madam Chair, I'd like to table item number 13, the approval of the renewal contract with Atlas to provide continued SPLOST project management team services. I have asked our legal department to kind of look into that just to make sure that we're covering all bases. We know that this SPLOST fund is going till April 1st, 2023, so we want to make sure we're doing it right so that we can capture everything. We don't have to come back to this item again, so I'm asking that we table it.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, you heard Commissioner Carthen. Do we have a motion to table tab number 13? Which is,
So I make a
you made
motion
a
to
motion.
table.
Okay, you've made the motion. Do
Item
we have a
number
second?
13.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Guider?
Yes, at the work session yesterday, I asked the Attorney Coleman to look at the contract to see whether it went by date or completion of the project. Mr. Coleman, did you have a chance to look at the contract?
We did have a chance to look at the contract. It's a 170-page contract. So we did review certain provisions of it. I think a little additional time would certainly be helpful to make sure we're correct on what we did see. I think some of the things we saw were it is subject to renewal. It had 5 one-year renewal options, so it could be renewed pursuant to that. The contract is set up so that there is an annual payment, maximum amount specified by the board every year, but the payment appears to be based on invoices that are submitted by the vendor. But I just, that's based on the limited amount of time we had to review it. I just think having a little additional time to make sure we can tie all that up would be very helpful. The contract did not appear to reference collection of SPLOST funds with regards to paying the vendor. It's based on invoices submitted by the vendor. And the invoices, they have certain level of detail specified in the contract that have to be included. That is a preliminary view of what we've looked at. So I hope that's responsive.
So you're saying you need more time? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. I
Okay.
yield back.
Vice Chairman Robinson?
Yeah, no, I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. We get on through this. I appreciate Vice Chair-elect decision to do this because it spawned even a future forecasting of need. SPLOST ends on April 1st, or March 31st. You got the existing team here. They got 5 one-year contracts. Think about the policy we just passed. We said that 5 years, you break it up. All right, we get this as a program, and so this has to be extended. In other words, they got to finish the body of work. So because of rain, snow, whatever, they couldn't get it all done in the 5 or 6 years. Then they got to finish that work. But you got another SPLOST coming online, and so this I want to drive home the point that we need to get prepared for that process as well. So as you're thinking about this, think about how you can, to the county attorney, How do we need to look at these contracts? To my procurement officer, thank you. How are we gonna procure this? Right? I mean, so now we're about to apply. This is applied learning. We just decided back to implementation. We about to crank this thing up. We ain't winding down. I need y'all to think through this. So it's just not the legal. So county attorney, get ahead of this. If you ain't went through how to ramp up a SPLOS, that thing launches. You got a whole bunch of contracts, a whole bunch of RFPs and Qs. You got to go. All right, you got a totally different. You got two teams going to run at the same time. Because the guys currently on the docket got to finish the work that they're already engaged on. Finish it up. You got to get another team. I need the administration. I'm just doing legislative work. I ain't got to worry about day to day. But know what y'all looking at. Know what it's going to take to pull this off. And the focus. That's why some key roles are necessary, but you ain't got to be thirsty about it. You ain't got to just marry anybody. But we do need some leadership. We need some key things here to be like, okay, guys, but thank you, public, for blessing us. But this is key to think through this. This was key to our success. That SPLOS was key. So be thoughtful about the contract. Work it out, whatever the rules are to get these guys where they need to get to finish the body of work. It's not a function of money. You know there's money there. We already have it. Let's just make sure we finish out. But to my committee chairs, y'all better make sure y'all get y'all list together. Now, I know we decided we ain't going to do it to the first of the year, but make sure you get that list together so that we can decide in the new administration it's going to go that fast. I'm sure you came into this, but it was already, we had momentum going. And so I don't want us, with so many newcomers, not knowing what they need to do at the first year to hit that mark, that you don't want to have to tell all those vendors to turn stuff off, to turn it back up. You just think through it. That's all I had to say. I yield.
Okay.
You get it. I got you.
Any other discussions before we table? Okay. All right.
You tabling it?
All in favor of tabling, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 4-0 vote, and the motion carries. Okay. So the consent agenda, clerk, deputy clerk Matthews, you have the floor. And keep in mind, Board of Commissioners, all items are subject to final legal review.
Madam Chair, with respect to item 14, I wanted to change the wording of that particular item so that it reads approval of sale of strip of land pursuant to OCGA 36-9-3H, private sale, and to authorize the chair to sign all related documents subject to legal review.
Okay.
I wanted to note one of the things that we did not mention yesterday is the statute requires that all of the abutting property owners be made aware of the availability of the property. So we will have to send a communication this week, which we will do, making them aware of it pursuant to the statute. And so you'll hear, we'll come back to you at the next meeting and let you know that we've done that. But by that time, we will be very, very far down the road because I know that this particular project has some urgency. But if we could just, my request now is to simply change the language as I just read to that item, and Lisa has it, and to let you know that we will be sending notice to the other abutting property owners. And I'll work with James Worthington when he's back tomorrow to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sherry, you have the floor.
Consent agenda, number 14, approval of sale of strip of land pursuant OCGA 36-9-3H, private sale, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Number 15, approval of lease agreement for storage space needed for the Board of Elections in the annual amount of $11,220 to be funded through the department's budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Number 16, approval of an amendment to the form of an intergovernmental agreement regarding hotel facilities at Fox Hall to expand the project with an additional hotel, expansion of existing conference facilities, and allow them to be financed through conventional financing, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Number 17, authorization for the county finance department to process holiday incentive payments in the amount of $200 for full-time employees and $100 for part-time employees in the total amount of $225,664.71 as recommended by the BOC to be funded through the General Operating Fund. Number 18, authorization to apply for the 2023 Georgia County Internship Program grant for the Human Resource Department in the amount of $2,400, $12 per hour for up to 200 hours per internship, with no match required, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Number 19, authorization to apply for the 2023 Georgia County Internship Program grant for Planning and Zoning Department in the amount of $2,400, $12 per hour for up to 200 hours per internship, with no match required, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Number 20, City of Austell annexation request for 1371 Quality Way.
Thank you so much, Deputy Clerk. Board of Commissioners, that concludes our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Board?
Madam Chair,
Okay, Commissioner Guider?
on item number 16, it's not an additional hotel, it's additional, I don't know what they call them, clusters.
I think we could say additional accommodations, perhaps, because they're creating some
Yeah, it's not a
additional rooms.
hotel,
It's not a
per
new
se.
hotel, but it's, so rather than hotel, with additional accommodations.
Okay. Clerk, you have made a note of that, accommodations. Okay.
All right, thank you, I yield
Okay.
back.
We have a motion and a second
Madam
on
Chair,
floor
wait.
discussion.
What, y'all just, wait, can I? Yeah.
Sure. Vice Chair.
So what are we correcting, County Attorney?
So rather than stating that change to the project will include an additional hotel, we're changing it to additional accommodations because they are expanding some existing facilities.
Right, so you have lodging, you have meeting space, so they're expanding villas. They're adding a conference in addition to their meeting room space. And
I think it is villas instead,
I understand he's calling it,
yeah.
So does accommodations, is that the same as lodging? Lodging and accommodation? Because lodging
Sure.
is lodging. That's the
Sure.
broad definition for hotels and all those different things. It's lodging. Now, I don't know what accommodations mean. I guess that's the meeting space, conference center, gazebo, all their park space, all swimming pools. What is accommodations versus lodging?
Well, I mean, lodging is fine too. We knew it was not a new hotel.
Got it.
It was just gonna be new.
Can we do both, lodging
new
and
rooms New
accommodations?
places for people to sleep.
Can we do both?
Lodging would be certainly lodging and accommodations,
Yes.
absolutely, yes,
Lodging and accommodation, they get to coexist.
absolutely.
Thank you. I yield. Madam Chair, go.
Okay.
And I think Madam Chair had asked me to discuss this with the Chief Financial Officer, which I did this morning, and he had some questions that we talked through together, but he is fine moving forward with this based on my conversation.
Yes.
Roz, is that consistent with your understanding? And if you have any further questions, I do believe there may be some representatives here. Maybe not. I don't know if we have any.
Okay. Okay. I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you so much, County Attorney. Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Okay. All right, Vice Chair-elect.
Item number 17, so who's heading up item number 17? Full-time versus part-time pay.
Oh, yeah.
I know we had some questions about that yesterday
Mhm.
in regards to whether you came January or June or.
Yeah.
So that's, Commissioners, Commissioner Carthen, that's funny because I just sent Mr. DCA a text message asking, are they okay with how we proposed it yesterday, because nobody said anything. So it was, and I don't have my notes with me. If I recall, if you were hired before June 1st, full-time is $200, part-time is $100. If you were hired on or after June 1st, full-time is $100, part-time gets nothing. Is that right? Isn't that right? Yeah.
Okay.
So, whatever, and I think I gave a dollar amount if you wanted to change it where everybody just full-time gets 200 and part-time gets 100, regardless of when they started, even if they started today or tomorrow, it would be like $240,000.
And where
It was
are
in
we
that
right
area.
now? If we
It's
don't
at
change it,
225.
it's at 225.
Yeah, it's at $20,000 more. We can absorb it, though, if we needed to.
So my question then is, what if we just give $100 across the board, whether you're part-time or full-time?
I'm
What would that
good.
amount be?
I'm good, but I'm not that good, so yesterday I had my Excel spreadsheet. It'll be less than a 225.
It would be less than 225.
Yes, ma'am.
I only say that because all of our employees, whether they're part-time or full-time board, they all do what is needed. And so I always hate trying to dissect those types of things. So if we could just give everybody an extra $100, then that means everybody get a nice turkey. And whether you're part-time or you're full-time, it doesn't matter when you started with us, you know, in the grand scheme of things. So I would propose or ask, Madam Chair, that we authorize $100 for all employees under the BLC, except, of course, Board of Commissioners or elected officials, but all of the other employees and directors to receive $100 would be my recommendation.
Well, okay.
I
That's-
Point,
That's,
go ahead.
I just wanted
Point of order.
to weigh in.
Madam Chairman, I want to clarify, we're in the consent agenda. Can we make modifications inside the consent agenda? And
Conditions.
so I want my county attorney to weigh in. We've had this issue a couple years ago about making changes within consent.
Yeah.
I want it for the record. Just stay there. Taking changes within the consent. Material changes on something that we've moved in. Answer my question. Somebody. Clerk or attorney? This we pay these guys for, in these moments to advise us when we're making key decisions. These are about rules and stuff. I want to know. And we've lived through this. I got to hear this one.
The consent agenda is to facilitate the vote on items without individual discussions with respect to each item. It is perfectly acceptable to remove an item from the consent agenda so that it can be voted on and discussed. And my belief would be that you can remove an item from the consent agenda and treat it separately like any other item of legislation.
That's like what we did earlier. So, right, we pulled it out. We moved into the consent agenda. So follow the procedure. We had a set of items. We pulled one out. We voted independently. Then we voted, however it went down. I don't remember how it went down. Then we moved back up into the consent agenda. We moved forward. That body of work, can it be modified? Yes, no. I want the real answer. Can it be modified now that we're in motion?
I think if you remove it from the consent agenda, yes, you can change it and vote on it separately as amended.
I understand. My question was, but once we're in consent agenda, can it be changed? Those are two, that's a separate question. I need an answer. You can't dance on this one. I know what I'm asking. We got external county attorney on this. I just want to know what you're going to say about this. We paid, how much we pay? $30,000? So this one is one of those for the record. You get to earn your keep on this one. Can we modify the consent agenda once we're in it? I know we can pull out before we move into consent. That's not the question. We just did that. Move on. The question is, now that we're in consent agenda, yes or no, can I modify something that's currently being decided? We're into the motion. We're into second. Can you answer me?
I believe that you can move to remove an item from the consent agenda and vote on it and treat it separately. You have to have it moved from the consent agenda in order to make the change. So the motion could be made to remove it from the consent agenda.
This is circular, but we're in motion.
I
She just read the whole set of, so there's a path forward, but I mean, you're not, I'm gonna let it go.
So
We're in consent agenda, she just read the whole thing. Nobody took
Correct.
anything out. We move forward on that. I just want the parliamentary rules. I'm staying there. I'm staying the legal part. What can we do here? That's all I'm asking. It's simple.
Well, I have not looked at that specific question under Robert's Rules of Order, but my belief is that you can withdraw the motion to approve the consent agenda. And then, once that motion is withdrawn, you can move to remove an item from the consent agenda and then have it considered separately.
Madam Chair, if the floor has been yielded.
Be still.
Is that responsive, Vice Chair, to your question?
Yeah, we'll take it offline. I want to answer because we took real hits over this. You only exist because of what we just went through. Meaning the process we went through. This is material for me. The process we went through about this right here matters. That's all I'm saying. So it just can't be discounted. It can't be like, you can get back to me. Y'all know I'm intentional when I say what I say. I wasn't playing with, I wanted my answer, which is because we take public hits that are codified for all-time history. Y'all get out there on that Facebook and all that Netflix and all whatever y'all at. All right, let me twist the cap back on. This is how this is. This is the truth of the matter. Right? We got challenged on that. Right? So my point is, I just want to know. I'm fine. I know how to get out of this moment. But I wanted the right answer for that. So that's all. And so, Madam Chair, I'm going to yield, and I yield the floor. Go ahead, Commissioner Carter.
Madam Chair, I would like to rescind my second.
I'll rescind my motion to approve the consent agenda.
You're rescinding your motion. Okay.
Yes.
She did second that.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Madam,
point of order, we were voting on the change. We have to rescind that too.
What change? Which one?
We
So
didn't
you
take
would take
no
a vote
action.
on,
Yeah.
I think you would take a vote on rescinding, on the rescission of the motion. And if that, to approve, and if that's approved, you could then make a motion with respect to taking an item off the consent agenda.
Okay. Do we have a motion to rescind? And you already
I
just made a
already-
motion, and you said second. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to rescind the motion for the consent agenda. Do we, and when I,
So we rescinded, we didn't take any action, so now you can move forward.
okay, you have something you want to bring forward?
There's
No, we
s-
need to take the vote. You got to take the vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to rescind the motion. We have a motion and a second. Please all indicate by raising your right hand. You want to rescind?
To rescind the
To
agenda.
Rescind the approval
Rescind
of the
the
consent agenda.
approval.
Agenda.
There's a motion pending to approve the consent agenda. You want to rescind, you're voting now to rescind the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a full unanimous vote and the motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Mm-hmm.
I make a motion that we remove item
17.
17
Mhm.
from the consent agenda to be voted on separately.
Okay. All right, and you want to, we'll go with that one first, that particular one, because you know I was in the motion on for the consent agenda.
So now that I've made the motion for that to be, now we have to vote, so I would
You have
need
to
a second.
vote on that motion.
Yeah, I would need a second on that motion to actually move it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove tab number 17, so it could be voted on separately. We have a motion and a second. Please indicate by raising your right hand if you want to. Okay, we have a full unanimous vote, and the motion carries to remove tab number 17. Phew. Okay, now,
Now we can talk.
okay, now we can go with the, for the 17. And certainly, what was your motion, Commissioner? Certainly, because it
So,
may
Madam
be
Chair?
debatable with me.
Of course, everything's debatable.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we amend authorization for the County Finance Department to process holiday incentive pay in the amount of $100 for all employees. And I don't have the total amount.
What's your total?
So, Madam Chair, if we change, we have, right now, we have 1,207 employees that would be impacted full-time and part-time. And the total amount, including the benefits that we have to add to it, the FICA and Medicare, would be $130,693.96 for $100 each.
Okay. You said 130,693.
$693.96.
Okay.
Okay?
Did you calculate what $200 per all employees would
Hold
be?
on. Give me a minute.
Tell me what that means.
For all,
Somebody would be happy.
all right, hold on.
I just,
So you want $200 for full-time and part-time? Okay.
Yes.
If we did that, that would be
I just asked.
$261,399. So say $261,400. And if you, I'm gonna go ahead and give you this other one, that's an option. If you do all full-time, 200, and all part-time, 100, it would be 242,124.37.
242.
242,124.37. Okay?
My question to you, what can we afford?
So we can do the
CFO.
242. We have some flexibility to do either the 242 or the 130.
So we have a flexibility
I have
for
some
the
flexibility,
242.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the 130.
Yes.
Okay.
So yesterday, I think we did two scenarios. The one was the original proposal at 225,000. I did this one where everybody got either 200 or 100, and we stated that at that time we could absorb that additional 20,000, or of course the 130. If we can absorb these, we can do the 130. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, that is my amendment to that item, that we do holiday incentive payments in the amount of $100 for all employees, in the total amount of $130,693.96. And with that, I yield.
Okay. Do you have a motion on the floor? Commissioners, do we have a second?
Could you read it, because I can't hear her?
So if you, can you repeat it in your mic, Commissioner? Microphone.
Madam Chair, I would like to amend that item to state that authorization for the County Finance Department to process holiday incentive payments in the amount of $100 for all employees, and the total amount would be $130,693.96, as recommended by the BOC, to be funded through general operating fund.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Nobody want to save money with me, okay?
The motion fails for lack of a second. All right. So, anybody else want to call a motion, or I'll call one? Okay. Board of Commissioners, I would like to bring forward for tab number 7, authorization for the County Finance Department to process holiday incentive payments in the amount of $200 for full-time and all full-time employees, and $100 for all part-time employees in the amount of $242,124.87. Do we have a, that's my motion.
I'm confused about the amount. You said 200 for full and 100, which is the original, which would be 225.
No, but before it had dates associated with it. If you
I
worked
don't
a
hear it,
certain,
does it?
I know, but when we asked for clarity, so that's what it's saying, but we needed clarity, and based on the numbers that were provided by our finance team, if you worked, I guess if you were full-time up to July, if you didn't start, you didn't get anything for part-time. So I'm just trying to make sure I compass everybody.
Okay, so that's the way it was read, part-time, 100.
Right.
Okay, but the devil's in the details?
Yes, the devil was in the
Okay.
details.
All right, I understand.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval?
Discussion?
Yeah, any discussion? I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Trying to get to the finish line. Okay.
So, Madam CFO, what was proposed beforehand was a total amount of $225,664.71. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Carthen, that is correct.
The amount that we are now proposing is $242,124.87, I believe. 37 cents.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That is a difference of an increase of what amount?
Hold on. I knew you were going to ask that, that's why I was
I think
thinking.
you said 20,000 yesterday.
It's a little over 20,000. It's not even quite 20,000 because it was 225, 225,664. Excuse me.
17,000.
Because I did it yesterday and I was like, it wasn't $20,000. It's like $16,000,
It's
a little over
around
$16,000.
Okay. So with that, we would increase it by $16,000. Now, the next question I'm going to ask you, I know you would not have the information for me, but this is how I think. So with the increases that we have given in pay and the compression, what has this Board of Commissioners given the employees of the county this year, not including what we are about to vote on?
Okay, so hold on. Ronson, help me. How much were the 10% and the 5% for this year? It's about $8 million? So about $8 million for
So
the
about-
10% for public safety, 5% for all other employees. But the compression for general fund was about 700 something, a little over $700,000 for general fund.
For general fund.
And the balance, it was a total of the balance was to not public safety, for fire. So you had that. And then that's 242,124.37. Did you add that up when I was talking? Rosalind.
I trust you.
Okay, about $9
So,
million.
but $9 million
Between 9 and
in
10.
all.
Between
Yeah, so-
9 and $10 million.
So I just don't
Rough
want the
estimate.
general public to think that I'm being a Scrooge for Christmas, because I'm not. But the Board of Commissioners, we do have to look at how can we save, because we do know that our department heads, even some that are sitting in the back of the room, that have asked for several things that we cannot at this point definitely give them, but we do want to put money in the coffers so that we can meet the needs of the citizens and to service them. So that was the reason for this agenda item being pulled out. But I thank you so much for obliging me, and with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
would it be prudent for us, just a suggestion that we have a cutoff date for employees? Because our employees are fluid, and they're coming, they're going, they're, terminating, we're hiring them on. If someone leaves at a certain date, or you have to be employed by a certain date in order to receive this. Hate to complicate this, but we have had this before in the past, where an employee that's been gone for about a week or so will call back and want a check.
In my opinion, if you're not here, you don't get the check. So
Okay.
if they've transitioned from the organization, you don't call back. I've never heard of that before.
Oh, we get it.
Yeah, that you can't call back. Once you leave, it's over.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're anticipating some callbacks?
Well, just been texting back and forth. I would like to put forward just, as of the date of payroll, whatever that payroll is that we're planning on giving the checks out. That person is employed at that date, they would get the check.
Yeah, which makes sense if they're not here.
Right.
Yeah, we wouldn't, there's no back pay.
Okay.
Okay, this is Christmas incentive. Okay. So, Board of
Madam Chair, I'm
Commissioners.
sorry. Madam Chair, I have a comment to piggyback on what DCA Perry said. I had the same concern as well. If we can if you're on the payroll as of the date that we make the payment, because right now, I think I calculated that a couple of weeks ago, and we had 1,207 employees at that time. Some of them may have left, we may have hired someone to replace that. We should still be in that same ballpark. But as Deputy County Administrator Perry attested, that does happen. People will call back and say, well, I was here then, and this is from a former experienced my former place of employment when we gave out some bonuses. We had tons of calls, so yes, we will get phone calls saying, well, I was here on this date, I should be entitled to it. So we did, something that I've done in the past is implemented, you have to be here on the day of payroll in order to earn that. So if we could add that to that, that would be great, because that would help us administrators in implementing this. When we get calls, we can say, okay, the board voted, this is how they voted, so that helps us to justify why we're doing what we're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Madam
I might add, that would be consistent with the distinction between a bonus and an incentive. If someone is gone, you don't need to incentivize them.
Right,
You need
correct.
to incentivize the people who are here going forward. So
Okay.
that change
Madam-
would be consistent with that.
Madam Chair?
Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
The fact that we're using the terminology employees means someone that's on the payroll at that time. So
Mhm. Yeah.
if they're not there, they're not there.
Clerk, can you make that insertion that you have to be employed at the time of the check? Yeah, so the phone calls will be limited as they come through. Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Vice Chair, you
Yeah,
got
I
the floor.
want to speak on this matter. Historically, we have done this for our employees, regardless of what condition of our, whether we were flush or not. Right? This is something, it's the board to everybody else. We're not entitled, but it was a gesture. There's some things in Douglas that's tradition. For me, everything's not about money. It's about acknowledging that light look going forward into the new year. This is one I defend. I would have went with the 2 and 2, but I go with the will of the board because, no, I appreciate the employees. I do. I get it. I get the compensation. That's a different argument. We're fine. We got that on lock. But this is one of those things where we really look forward to. That's just me. Like you get your honey baked ham. You get a real meal, right? And we know. Look how we talk about compensation. Think about the dignity. I mean, I'm not going to argue over $20,000, and I'm sitting on $44 million in a one-time offering. I'm not really buying any points for that. For me, I get the narrative, but you sitting on $44 million non-recurring. You can sit there and like, oh God, look how we talk about our citizens. I mean, our employees that save on other things. Like these are the people that actually do the work. But we build these buildings, we buy these toys, and they got to be all equipped. $80,000 Tahoes, fully equipped. And yet we can't build an argument and stand behind something to take care of, like, guys, thank y'all for New Year and coming in and what you guys are going to do. We know we didn't have to do this, but some things just out of the integrity of your heart. You see, that's the beauty of the board. Everybody got different positions. Everybody got different thoughts. And I'm just on this one, whenever I came in, they did, I get it. I get what it meant. Those who haven't had the time, you may not get it. Please don't get it twisted. For the board to do this, please. For us to do this is, so I don't want you to take it for granted and think that you're entitled. I know this younger generation, please don't get it twisted. This is something that the board does. And out of, at the end of the year, did they choose to do this? That being said, I made my piece. I let y'all talk about procedures and date certains and stuff. I'm just coming back to let's finish this strong. So, Madam Chair, I made my piece. I've said what I had to say.
Okay.
I yield.
We have a motion and a second on the floor, board. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 4-0 vote, and the motion carries to approve what has been presented.
Now back up.
Okay, now we have to go to the consent agenda, Board of Commissioners. We had a motion. Okay, well, we've already read the consent agenda. Please, you've heard the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes for the consent agenda. All right, we have a 4 unanimous vote and the motion carries for the consent agenda. We're going to move right into our announcements. We have our Assistant County Administrator, Tiffany Stewart Stanley, who will be reading our announcements today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin with the announcements, our Planning and Zoning Manager has some two special announcements that she needs to make that are on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see, I believe they said these were loaded on here, but on the desktop. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Great. Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to share a couple of things with you. You know, we have been making great progress on our comprehensive plan, and thanks to you all for your interest and for staying engaged in the process. You had asked us at the time that we were here before you, working on the comprehensive plan, to take 2 small area studies in addition to the overall comprehensive plan update. So I just wanted to share a reminder as a part of the announcements that we have some public engagement opportunities for those small area plans. So on Wednesday, December 7th, we will have an opportunity for citizens in the Lithia Springs area to come and engage with our consultant team as a part of the small area study for that community. And then also on December 8th, I am going to not try to fiddle too much with this, but we will have for the Winston area on Thursday, December 8th, we will have an opportunity for the public to come forward and again, engage with the consultant team on those small area plans. So we have this information on our website. It's also on our social media. It's been going out in the e-newsletter. Thank you to Communications for changing the screen to show you the information for Winston. We have emailed all of this to you directly, so please share this with your constituents. And we just really hope that we can get a good turnout for both of these public engagement opportunities. So again, that is December 7th. We will be at the Mercer University Douglas campus for the Lithia Springs Small Area Plan. And then Thursday, December 8th, we will be at the New Mountaintop Baptist Church for the Winston Small Area Plan community engagement opportunities. So again, thank you for helping us spread the word on either of those. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Planning and Zoning Manager, Allison Duncan. Now you have the floor again, Assistant County Administrator.
Okay,
Tiffany
thank you,
Stewart
Madam
Stanley.
Chair. Our first announcement is Joint District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III for coffee and conversation. This gathering will be held on Saturday, December 3rd from 10 to 12 p.m. at the Douglas County Courthouse and Citizens Hall. His special guests include Tax Commissioner Greg Baker, Solicitor General Sonia Compton, Sheriff Tim Pounds, Superintendent Trent North, and City of Douglasville Councilwoman Dr. LaShawn Bird Danley. Save the date. Glaucoma Awareness Month Forum presented by Vice Chair and District 2 Commissioner Kelly Robinson will be held on January 19, 2023 from 6 to 8 p.m. Please come and learn about the experience and hear from notable experts. The 7th Annual How to Do Business in Douglas County will be hosted by Vice Chair and District 2 Commissioner Kelly Robinson on January 26, 2023 from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Douglasville Conference Center. The probate court will open on Saturday, December 3rd, 2022. Please check the probate court website for more information. And Woody Fight will host a shredding event. Please bring your documents for shredding to Woody Fight Center, our senior center, at 8750 Doris Road in Douglasville, Georgia, on December 3rd, 2022 from 11 to 1. And then the Douglas County Boards of Commissioners cordially invites the public to the 2nd annual tree lighting. This ceremony will start at 6:30 p.m. Thursday on December 8th at the courthouse steps. There will be music, sweet treats, and the first 200 people will receive a Douglas County Christmas ornament, and Santa will be there as well. So for more information, please email Wendy Cottle at kcottle@douglascountyga.gov. The Douglas County Senior Services and Douglas County Parks and Recreation presents the first annual Reindeer Rally Pickleball Tournament on December 8th and 9th at the Boundary Waters Activity Center, located at 4996 Highway 92, Highway 166. Registration fee is $35 plus one new unwrapped toy. All toys will benefit the Douglas County's juvenile program's Angel Tree. For more information, please call 770-920-7575. Let's see. Volunteer Douglas and the Douglas County Youth Commission will be hosting the annual Give Drive now through December 16th. We will be collecting new blankets, coats, canned goods, and baby foods to distribute to those in need. The Gift Center drop locations can be found on CelebrateDouglasCounty.com. And for more information, you can email Leland Alexander atlalexander@douglascountyga.gov. The Douglas County Board of Commissioners is now accepting applications to serve on the following boards: Animal Control Advisory Board, Cemetery Preservation Committee, Paratransit Advisory Board, the Hospital Authority, the Department of Family and Children's Services Board, and the Travel and Tourism Board. If you are interested in serving on one of these boards, please contact Lisa Watson, our county clerk, at lwatson@douglascountyga.gov. And then Douglas County, the Citizens Improvement Survey is back. Please tell us how we can make your experience better here in Douglas County. You can go to your local libraries, your senior centers, Connect Douglas, and the courthouse to fill out a survey, as well as CelebrateDouglasCounty.com. And I have one more announcement that my elections director just told me, that right now Douglas County, as far as turnout with voters in our state, we are leading the state right now, I believe, with 12.7%, and the state turnout rate right now is 7%. So we're number one right now in voter turnout. So let's keep voting here in Douglas County. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assistant County Administrator. Board of Commissioners, do you have any announcements of your own, that you personal announcements? If not, Board of Commissioners, certainly we will go into recess because we have a joint planning P&Z and Board of Commissioners meeting tonight at 6 p.m. So thank you again. We are now in recess.